Hello, and welcome back to SkepTalk. I am your host, Forrest Valkai, and I am joined today by Austin Archer, a.k.a. your pal Austin. How are you doing, man?
Dude, I'm thrilled to be here. I'm jazzed up. I'm ready to go. How are you?
I'm so excited to have you, dude. This is fantastic. I've been a fan of your stuff for a very long time. Like, since the first time I saw you on TikTok, I've just been a massive fan. Been following you forever. Been watching your channel explode, which is so well-deserved. Your music is great. Your comedy's great. And it's fantastic to now be able to put you over here so I can leech just a little bit of your excellence. I'm so thrilled. So thrilled to have you on the show.
Well, I already know that on this show there's going to be a lot of calls that I'm going to just go like, that's for Forrest. Like, they're going to be like, explain to me the microbiology of the evolution of the philanthropum gland, and I'm going to be like, Forrest can do that one. You know the philanthropum gland? You know about that?
Oh, totally. Yeah, that one. Yeah. Sure. Everybody knows. Who doesn't know that one? It's the most common gland.
I don't know a lot about it, which is why I'm going to give those questions to you. But
yeah. No, you just don't want to. You don't want to steamroll me with it, is all it is. It's going to be a phenomenal show because, like, whenever I watch you, especially on TikTok, like, you have such a way with doing like the skits and whatnot that you do, where you can summarize so excellently a political or religious conversation that you're having with somebody, it just down to the bare bones absurdity of what it really is. And from what I understand, a lot of the skits that you do are based on real conversations that you're having.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 100%. I mean, people always in the comments will say, like, nice straw man argument. And I'm like, I can't stress this enough. These are word for word. Like, my character in the scene usually gets more, like, the character that's representative of me gets more embellishment than the other character, because I get a chance in the skit to say what I would really like to say in the conversation. But I take the actual of the other side's argument as literally as I possibly can. I have no interest in straw manning conservative Christians' arguments in my videos, or like, I don't feel the need to. Like, I don't think I could come up with worse arguments a lot of the time. I'm like, I can't think of a flimsier argument to, like, make my position seem strong. When Ted Cruz says something like, after a school shooting, says maybe we should have one door in and out of schools, I can't think of a worse argument to, I'm just like, I don't need to make it up, dude. Like, my God, dude, it always kills me, because I always inevitably, anytime I talk about politics at all, it always goes to, you're a scientist, you shouldn't be political. Who the fuck made that rule? Like, what is that? I've got it, or that you're not being objective. You should be less emotional, less like, I'm not a science book with a fucking mouth, bro. What is that? Or this idea that, oh, well, you're just listening to whatever evidence or study that you, oh my God, anybody can find a study or an evidence. Oh, it's like, yeah, bro, that's kind of my whole deal. And what sucks so bad is when it falls into that kind of just ridiculous argument like the kind you have. I've got a guy on Instagram right now. I just went to the Trans Day of Visibility here in Tulsa, and we marched through the streets with signs and everything, and I've got a dude on there talking about, like, oh, so you're supporting when they're cutting the dicks off of young children, because that's what they're doing. And I'm like, where the fuck did you hear this? How is this the conversation we're having? Well, this trans person did a shooting, so that means that all the trans people are crazy. And never mind that, what are we up to now? 130 school shootings or mass shootings this year alone. The 129 cis people this year, that's not representative of anything. This trans person, though. Also, if you want to talk about cutting children's dicks off, like circumcision has been a thing for
thousands of years. Like we've been cutting kids' dicks off. We've been saying like, oh no, the Bible or whatever says we need to cut kids' dicks off. So like I'm like, no, like they cut my dick skin off when I was a baby. I didn't consent to that. But you know.
Yeah, exactly. We're still doing genital mutilation here. It's like, what the fuck? Yeah. It's oh my god. There's so much that's just gets up in my giblets, yo. But I want to just like we've got a couple of calls on the line, and I want to jump to as many as we can today because as long as I've got you here, I want to take full advantage of the opportunity. As always, if you're a theist, if you believe in any god or gods, or you don't think that science is real, or you want to have some sort of political position that you'd like to flesh out, this is the place to do it. I always notice that whenever we get really good conversations going, the theists in the side chat here on YouTube stop calling in. They'll tell us all about it in the side chat about how how we're wrong and how we don't know God and how we're clearly missing out on the beauty of divine bloobadoo. And they never goddamn call in after like a quarter of the way through the show. So here's your opportunity. The phone number is there on the bottom of the screen. Anybody, if you have a theistic position that you'd like to defend, this is your chance to do it. You've got two fucking weirdos here on the screen. We should be easy pickings. We're TikTokers. Fuck, man. Call us. Try it out.
I would love your absolutely best shot. Like, that's one of my favorite things about it. And it will give me more material for videos too. But like, maybe you'll be the person who phrases the argument in a way that I've never heard before. And how cool would that be?
You get awesome. That's huge on your resume. That's huge. You could go and tell Eric, freaking Ken Hovind, all about how you're the one who did it, and here's how, and you'd be famous. It'd be amazing. You'd win whatever the dumb creationist version of a Nobel Prize is. It'd be amazing. But with that, we've got a few people here that I want to jump into. We've got, let's see here. Let's go for Joseph, pronouns he, him, calling in from Maryland, wants to talk about the mind behind evolution. Joseph, you're on the line. How are you doing today?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. So tell me about your question, because that's I've got a very little thing here on the prompt, but I'd love to hear what exactly it is you want to talk about.
Yeah. So I've heard you talk about it before, about how people mistakenly think that there's like a goal to evolution, that it's like we're at the top and everyone is working up to us. And I know that's not the way to look at things, but when I hear you talk about it, about how evolution is driven by mutation, I can't wrap my mind around how there isn't a mind behind it. Like, I know they adapt to their like environment, but how would, let's say like an animal is an environment that got like suddenly overheated or something by some natural event, how would its genes know to adapt to that heat? Like, I don't understand how DNA knows. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm explaining that well.
Right. No, I feel like I get where you're coming from. It doesn't, and this is where it gets really tricky, because it's really, really, really easy to look at an organism today and assume that it's on purpose, or that this is perfection, this is how it's supposed to be. It's hard to to remember that everything is always in transition forever. And so when we talk about, like, for example, what you just said, you have an organism, and then through some process, there's now a heat wave in this area that lasts for a very long time. In this scenario, you'd probably just have extinction. If it's a significant enough change that you go outside of the zone of tolerance where something can survive this range of difference, it's just going to die. And that's the long and short of it. When we talk about adaptive change, it's usually just little bits of change at a time, where you actually have something that's within the standard range of variability for that population. And then you have that directional selection. If you like, I can get into more detail about that, but I don't know if that's really necessary for what you're asking. The long and short of it is that, like, there isn't, like, it doesn't know anything. You either have the alleles for it or you don't. And if you do, then you're going to reproduce more. And if it's a sudden change that pushes you outside of that zone of tolerance to where you just cannot survive in this environment anymore, and none of the population can, then you just have an extinction event. And that's what's happened countless times over the course of Earth's history.
What's that word you just said though? Because I really like this question from Joseph, and I in my brain I'm like, yeah, I totally get what you're saying. That like, if how does something in me is actively, like you said, it's in process. Something in me is actively in process, responding to stimuli from my environment and making decisions in my DNA of how it would like to select for different traits should I reproduce going forward to better adapt to whatever my circumstances are. You said alleles. Can you explain more what that is?
Alleles? So alleles are different types of the same gene. So when you have your DNA is all the the material you have, all the information you've got. That's broken up into genes. Each gene does a particular thing. This is a gross oversimplification, but whatever. Each gene does a thing. So you have like the gene for the color of your hair, the gene for your height, the gene for whatever. And an allele is a different flavor of that same gene. So the gene for blue eye color, as opposed to just eye color in general, as opposed to the red eye color, green eye color, brown eye color, whatever gene allele. So different alleles are just different versions of the same gene that do slightly different things. And I use that term on purpose because a lot of the times we talk about evolution, we just talk about genes. But everybody has fucking genes, and a lot of people have the same genes. It's just different types of the genes that matter. Different variation within those same genes. And so a lot of folks, like there's even some debate amongst like evolutionary biologists, and especially in the educational side of it, like should the word gene be used ever at all? Because it's, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's what that is. Allele, A-L-L-E-L-S.
Yeah, I'm wearing a good pair of I'm wearing a pair of dungarees right now, and they're pretty comfortable jeans, but you know.
There you go.
We were just talking about
jeans. Use the word dungarees. So, I haven't heard that in forever.
Well, we were talking about jeans, and so I was just talking about how different people have different jeans, and I'm wearing dungarees right now.
Yeah, so mine are blue, but like some people might have an allele for black or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm making dumb dad jokes. I'm sorry.
That's just fine. Anyway, Joseph, does that kind of approach your question, or do you have a little bit more that you wanted to talk about?
Well, no, I've just been trying to wrap my mind around what you said. It kind of does. I get that it happens over little changes. I guess that my question would just be like, does it ever strike you as weird, like how, like if you think about like a fish? I mean, I read this a long time ago about like the fish that came out of the water. It was just like gradually started hunting closer to the shore and everything. So when its children like develop like legs and better hunting strategies for like hunting on the shore, doesn't that all just seem convenient that it's like step by step it's just leading it towards its next environment? Like why wouldn't a fish that's hunting close to the shore just evolve into like why wouldn't its kids be better evolved to deep hunting rather than shore hunting?
So a lot of that has to do mainly with oxygen concentrations was one thing to think about. So like you're gonna have 10 times more oxygen available in the air, in the atmosphere, than you do that can be dissolved into water. So like, anything swimming in the water, you can absolutely extract oxygen from there and survive. But fish, even like fish now that live in the water totally, completely, not like lungfish and whatnot, they'll still come up to the surface and like gulp some air and shove it through their gills to get a little extra boost of oxygen when they need it. And so what you have here in terms of like, the Sarcopterygian fish that actually came up on land and whatnot, they were taking advantage of this extra resource, and being in shallow water would have had need for like pushing themselves along the ground, along the bottom of the shallows a little bit to kind of propel themselves, because otherwise they're just going to get washed up and beached and not be able to survive. And so you see this today. Sarcopterygian means lobe-finned fishes. It literally translates to fleshy wings, which is gross. But like they're the big, thick fins that they can push along. And we still see this today. If you look at like mud skippers, any fish in the family Dipnoi, which literally means two breaths, because they're able to breathe in and out of water. These are guys that can kind of scoot themselves along, but they mainly live in the water, but they survive really well in the shallows, or sometimes having to get out of the water in order to move to the next little pool or whatever it may be. This is an excellent example of like how this is a survival advantage that works just fine. but it would be better if they could stay out of the water longer. And it would be even better if they had like hard egg cases that could survive, wouldn't get dehydrated if they were laid on land. And it would be even better if they had scaly bodies that wouldn't dehydrate as they stayed out of water for a long time. And it would be even better if they actually had proper lungs that would like hold that air and circulate it. And so like you see now that even that niche, that way of living between water and land is still occupied by living animals today. And so it's not like this perfection that they're like, they really wanted to be on land. And so slowly over the course of a few generations, like they just told their kids, go more, it wasn't anything like that. Each step of this evolutionary process, if you can even call it a step, because it's really more of just a fuzzy gradient, every part of that was functional for the animal that was doing it. And it's still functional today. Does that make sense?
Right. No, I get what you're saying. It wasn't like step 1 and 2. It's just a bunch of little steps that all have a point to being there.
Precisely. And the key thing is that every one of those steps is useful. So there's no, if you look at, like I said at the beginning, it's really easy to look at where we're at now and say, this is the goal. But every single part of it was always the goal of survival.
Right. I mean,
Can I ask you a question?
I've heard that before. Yes.
It says here that you are an agnostic theist. If I can ask, we're talking about evolution and how like each one of these steps works and how it all seems so perfect and all these things. Like, how does that relate to your theism? Like, does it all not seem so not perfect? You know what I mean? To not require a designer.
I don't necessarily. It's not that I think it requires a designer. I just, when it comes to this and like these specific steps of animals, what seems to be conveniently going towards a step in evolution, I just can't wrap my mind around this. I know there's a chance it could happen on accidents, but in my mind, it's way more likely that there's just something leading it. I just don't know what that something is.
But it makes sense.
I can't see how. Yeah, sorry. Continue.
Is that what you?
There you go.
I'm just curious. Is that what you feel like was just explained by Forrest? Is that it happened by accident? Because I think that if that's sort of the binary between what you're hearing is like, is there a purpose to it, a mind to it, an intention to it, or is it all accidental? I'm not sure that it's either one of those. Am I right, Forrest? That like it's not accident and it's also not intentional. It just sort of is
right.
a response. It's almost like a built-in ecological response to stimuli. Like and evolution just sort of favors survival traits. Yeah.
And that's the thing. It is the logical next step. Like that's the thing. I'll let you answer the question, but like that's the whole thing about when we talk about evolution by natural selection. If you can understand, like we talked about a minute ago, that DNA is heritable and that DNA comes in different flavors called alleles, and that different alleles are better suited for life in different environments, evolution is the next logical step to that. If you inherited the right alleles, you will have more babies, and those babies will have those same alleles. And if you don't have the babies, the alleles don't persist in the environment. It's not like you can just pick one up from a dead body and take it in, unless you're a bacteria. But like that's not a thing that can happen. And so this generation dies out. Whatever information its genome carried dies out. Whatever was able to survive will survive, and that is the pattern of evolution. Does that not track? As far as like a guiding force?
Yeah. Like given that, does that make sense that it wouldn't be an intention or on accident, but it could just be something that just is? Does that track for you, Joseph?
It does. It makes sense, but so I've thought about that before, but I think where my disconnect happens is like I just have a need to go backwards from the beginning. Like, there's, animals evolve because of mutation, and then you trace that all the way back to where you guys were talking about these response to stimuli. And I don't feel comfortable to just say like that's just built into them. Like I feel like something had to build it in, or at least something has to nudge it along on its way. It just feels weird that something on this scale is just built into animals. I don't know if I'm making any sense. That's just something
You are.
No, I'll tell you something, Joseph. I totally actually agree with you that like there are a lot of things about the way that the universe operates that we can study about the physical laws of the universe and about gravity and about time and about space-time and about things like evolution and biology that I'm like, boy, it is wild that it works that way. But just that premise of that is really wild that it works that way, there is no logical link between that position and it must mean that an omnipotent, intelligent creator designed it specifically to be this way. In order to arrive at that next conclusion, you need like a whole lot more physical evidence to get you to, the reason why it works that way is because what we found out through studying is that we actually found out why evolution works that way. And we have physical, tangible, verifiable evidence that shows us, it was actually designed that way by some cosmic, brilliant scientist who can create matter and destroy matter and create life. It's just like, I agree with you. I'm with you that like the universe is wild and black holes are crazy and like it's wild. But I in order to get me from the universe is wild to therefore it must necessitate an intelligent creator, I need a lot more evidence, the kind of evidence that Forrest can provide you with. Here's how we know that A leads to B leads to C in this evolutionary process, or not really that much of a clear step gradient, but more of just a process that's ongoing, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I was just I don't want to, because you guys already answered my question. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but I guess I would just like to say the way I think about it is for every other thing in life, like, for every rule that we can't break or can, there's a rule maker. Not to pull the watchmaker argument on you guys, but you know what I mean? Like, and to think about these rules as just set things in our universe that are just set by either something we don't know about yet or they're just there as part of nature. Like in any universe, these rules would be set this way. I just have trouble wrapping my mind around that. That's all.
I'm with you.
Well, who's
Joseph? I'm honestly, no, I'm like, I want to tell you, like, I get it. I'm just saying the next step to that, we have zero physical evidence for. So it literally could be anything. When you go, there's a rule that if you break the rule, or that you're not allowed to break. You're not allowed to break the rule of gravity holding you to the floor without some kind of intervention of a machine or something like that. There's a rule there. There must be a rule maker. But that could be, it could, if we're in a computer simulation, that could be the rule that the person who designed the computer simulation wrote into the programming of the computer simulation. If I'm in a dying man's dream right now, and this is the dying dream of someone, and maybe that person lived in a universe without gravity, but they're dreaming of a universe with gravity for some reason, and the rule is being created by the DMT leaking into this dying man's brain. I cannot, without evidence, say the rule maker is God the Father from the Bible or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's kind of the biggest thing is like, I can sit here if you'd like, I can happily like tell you how I would wrap my head around these things. Maybe it would help a little bit, but at the end of the day, it comes down to, if that's where you're going with it, that these are the laws of physics, these are the laws of chemistry, these are the laws of biology, who set them in place. I would just ask, why is it out to be a who? And if you don't know, why not just stop at I don't know? And then maybe at best, if you want to be a scientist, just tag yet on the end of that. I don't know yet, but it's still just there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you. I've been on this whole line of deconstruct. I used to be a Christian, so I guess this is just the last step. I just haven't, belief isn't a choice. I just haven't been able to take that last step, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I congratulations, number one, on your deconstruction. And second of all, something that might help a little bit in terms of thinking about this, and just let me know if this does anything for you, is like, if we talk about gravity, I can take this pack of gum here and I can drop it and I can see that it falls. And if I really wanted to, I can measure this and I know it's going to fall at 9 point something 76 seconds squared. I don't actually remember the numbers, but my physics teachers would be very upset with me. But it's going to fall at 9 and some change meters per second squared every single time. It's going to do that forever. And if I can understand that with the pack of gum, then I can take that and look at like galaxies and I can be like, oh shit, it's the exact same one thing that happened with the stick of gum going at this massive scale. It's just every single little particle, every single little grain of dust in this whole thing is obeying this exact same one simple principle. And on a grand scale, this is what we see. And it's the same thing with the beauty of evolution. Everybody is, every one individual organism is following the same rules, which is the rules of selection pressure. If you do this, you die. If you don't do that, you die. And therefore, the things that do this properly and don't do that thing live and have babies. 9.81 meters per second. Just jumped into my head. If they follow these simple rules. And so that's it. When we look at the whole biosphere, all the living things on the planet, every single one of them is following that exact same simple little rule. And this is the result that we see. And it seems grandiose, just as a galaxy seems grandiose. Who's holding this galaxy together? It's just the one same rule being applied incountable times, if that makes any sense. I hope that helps a little, because like that, when you look at these big things, it's very easy to be blown away by the awe and the wonder and then lose track of the fact that it's just the same basic rules and the same rules going over and over. It's like high-level math. You look at calculus and you're like, oh, fuck, I'll never be able to do that. But all math is just addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. You just do it in different orders and do it in different ways over and over and over, and then you can do anything. You know what I mean?
No, I get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a lot to wrap my mind around, but I get what you're saying.
It totally is, and that's the best part of it. Anyway, Joseph, I hope we've helped a little bit, and feel free to call back anytime if you have any other questions.
Thanks for your time. And before I go, I just wanted to say one thing, Forrest, to you. I watched a recent episode of you from a while ago, and I really think you should give Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. a second chance. That really hurt me to say that you didn't like it.
Give what a second chance?
You said that you didn't like the Marvel show, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. I think it deserves a second chance.
Agents of
You're missing out.
I will. You know what, dude? Maybe just for you. Maybe just for you. I just watched the season a couple of months ago where they went to the distant future and they were on the spaceship. I wanted to pull my goddamn eyes out, but I'll try it again, man. It'll be great.
Well, thanks for your time.
All right, dude. Thanks so much.
Thanks,
Take
Joseph.
care. What a nice dude.
Yeah.
So Jimmy Snow texted me and said, hey, after this call, remind everybody that Hostility is tomorrow. Matt Dillahunty will be on with Bart Ehrman. The Hang Up is on Wednesday with Matt and J Mike. Then the Transatlantic Call-In Show on Thursday with Arden and student Dr. Ben. And then the Sunday show with Matt and Jimmy. You can see all of those things right here on the Line Network. And you support the Line Network as well by going to patreon.com/calltheline. And you can give us money.
Thanks for making it sound like you were forced. Love that. People are just going to be like, we can tune it out right now. Forrest has no passion for what he's saying.
Slightly contractual. It's fine. So we've got a few more callers here, and I want to jump right into as many as we can because we're going to be here all damn night anyway. We've got Samuel, pronouns of he, him, calling from California, wants to talk about trans people, especially trans children, it looks like. Samuel, just so you know, and I will say this again, we also do have the Transatlantic Call-In Show on Thursday with Arden Hart and student Dr. Ben. Those are actual real live trans people who might be able to answer your question better, but I will do the best that I can. You're on the line. How are you today, and what is your question?
I am doing great. I just wanted to clarify something about my second question on the topic. I wasn't paying attention to what I was typing down, but what I was trying to say is, what should I do if my whole family are super into like the God stuff, and I feel like I can't come out as an an atheist or a person who just really questions literally everything. And because I know that if I try to do that, my whole family will just explode in like a lot of ways. And I just wanted to know if you have like something that has probably helped you that could maybe enlighten my choices or something like that.
Austin, do you have any tips?
Yeah, you're talking to two people who were raised in religious communities, and I mean, Forrest, I can't remember. Were you raised with a religious family or just in a community that was very religious? Because
religious, yeah, but not the oppressive way that people think about. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was raised really devout Mormon from Salt Lake City, Utah, and raised in a community where, you know, all my neighbors went to the same church that I went to. I was raised a dyed-in-the-wool believer. I was convinced that Joseph Smith had talked to God and Jesus in his backyard when he was 14 years old and restored the true gospel of Jesus Christ to the world. I mean, I was raised in a community where that was our worldview. It was normal. We weren't weirdos. We weren't pariahs because everyone I went to school with, everyone that I was friends with, all thought that way. Many of my friends that I grew up with still think that way, and are still a part of that church. My family is still mostly part of the church. When I left that church at 18 years old, I was the first person in like my entire extended family to do so. So I'll say this as a caveat to what I'm about to tell you. Not everyone is as lucky as I am on the draw of the kind of people that are in my family and their character. And I feel like I'm very, very lucky to have the parents that I have and the siblings that I have who were committed enough to their relationship with me that they wanted to understand me and they were curious and they asked questions and they kept the lines of communication open. Not everyone gets that. So I can't say that your experience will be mine, but I will say this. I've been out of the church for 17 years now. The first 3 to 5 years maybe were rough. It was really hard. And it wasn't just hard with my family, it was hard with my friends. My best friends that I grew up with didn't understand the process that I was going through. And to them, and I'd been there on their side of things too, to them I was getting deceived by the literal devil. The devil was tricking me, and that's a really sad thing for people to watch and go, oh my God, my best friend he's not going on a mission, he's not going to get married in the temple, he's not going to raise his children in the church if he ever has children. It's very sad for them. They feel like I'm gambling my eternal well-being. What was important to me, I mean, first of all, I kind of think for me personally, living an authentic lifestyle where I'm being honest with the people in my life and being honest with the people I care about and who care about me is kind of non-negotiable. I have to be able to be honest with people about who I am. And if they can't, if being honest with them about who I am is something they can't have or can't handle, then that might mean that we aren't going to have a very fruitful, long relationship. But like I said, the first 3 to 5 years, it was really, really tough, coming out to my family, coming out to my friends about being a non-believer and not really buying into this stuff anymore. What I was able to show them through patience and through years of waiting for them to come around, and what I think is something you maybe have an opportunity to show to your family, knowing that it's going to be hard initially. It almost always is, especially if you're the first, if you don't have any other siblings that have done this process, or if you don't have any other family members that have done this yet. It's going to be hard. But what I had the opportunity to show my friends and family is I'm still me. And that's really, really important, because what I was taught growing up in the LDS faith is people lose that they talk about getting lost in like a cloud of darkness. They're lost, they're off the path. You can't be truly happy if you don't have this truth in your life, if you don't have the gospel of Jesus Christ in your life. You can't have fulfilling relationships anymore. You can't have a truly abundant life. And what I could show my friends and family, and what I can still show them one day at a time, is just when I hang out with them, when I have dinner with them, when I meet up with them, it's still me. Even though my views on the existence of a benevolent creator of the universe may have changed, and even though my ideology may have changed, and even though I may no longer believe in the concept of absolute truth, I may think that the concept of absolute truth is actually an impossibility, I'm still me. I still have my same sense of humor. I still like the same movies that I liked before. I still like the same bands. And continuing to show up for your family and your friends after you've gone away, and continuing to show them that you're still a human, that you're still you, that the essence of you has not changed, can be really instrumental in them seeing, oh, you know what? If Samuel was deceived by the devil right now, I think he would have changed more than this. But he's not going around. He's not murdering people. He's not going around robbing banks and molesting kids now that he doesn't believe in God. He's still a good person who's interested in service and taking care of other people and nurturing his relationships. And if they can see that over time, I would hope you could be lucky enough to have the same experience I've had, because I have a fantastic relationship with my family and with all of my friends who are still LDS, and we have a lot of love and a lot of respect for each other now 17 years down the road. I hope any of that is helpful.
Yeah.
That was fucking great. That was better than any shit that I was going to say. That was great.
Shed some light. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because it's more of the problem that, like, specifically my mom, I mean, because I'm sure you guys have had those people pop up where specifically my mom, she clings her whole life onto the idea of like the Christian God. And if she finds out that I no longer hold on to that, I just have this fear that she may become suicidal, because she tends to question things more once I question things, and I know that that's not healthy. And it seems to me like I am in this position where her life would be so much happier if I just pretend like I still hold on to this nonsense. But that's how I feel about that, and I just wish that there was a way that I could basically be completely open, completely honest, so that I don't have the fear of possibly having my mom die at some point, because she just chooses to kill herself, and that's not something that I wanted to go through.
I'll tell you a little bit more about my story with my family. And again, I've had friends who haven't been as fortunate to have this kind of connection. I was so lucky to have parents who valued their relationship with me and their love of me enough that they got curious about what it was that drew me away from the way that they raised me. They kept asking questions. They kept digging. They did their own looking into it. And it sort of sounds like your mom, from what you said, might be that same way, that if you question something, then she's more likely to question it. And I know that that's really scary, because you think of your mom as her entire identity is wrapped up in this thing. It's her rock. It's the thing that makes her feel secure. So you think, if my mom knows that I'm questioning it, she'll question it. I don't know if she can handle that. I really understand this, because about 8 years after I left Mormonism, my father, who had spent his entire life in this church, had given hundreds of thousands of dollars in tithing over his life to this church, had raised all 4 of his kids in this church, had stood in front of his community and professed how much he knows that this church is true. My father, in an effort to try to understand me, and in an effort to try to understand my older brother, who had also left, my brother left about 3 or 4 years after I did, he wanted to understand what was going on with his kids, so he went on his own kind of little quest to investigate and figure out where we might have been deceived or where we might have been led astray. And naturally, that process of him being inquisitive and curious led him to have his own faith crisis. And when my dad first started having his faith crisis, it was so scary for me, and really, really, I felt really bad. I felt personally responsible for taking this thing away from my father, which had meant so much to him for his entire life. My dad started having a faith crisis at 63 years old. He spent 63 years of his life believing in this one thing, and now it was being taken away from him. I honestly had the exact same thought you did, where I was like, I don't know if he's going to be okay. I don't know if my parents' marriage is going to survive this. I don't know what this is going to do to my dad's psyche after so long, after 6+ decades of devout belief. How is he going to handle this paradigm shift? And I felt like, oh no, I took away, my dad had a thing that made him secure, that made him feel okay, that made him feel safe, and I took it away from him. And again, his process has had a lot of ups and downs, but our relationship has never been stronger than ever before in my life because of this. We now understand each other on a level that is so much deeper and so much more profound. And my dad's like one of my best friends now, and we talk on the phone all the time about just new ideas that he's coming into for the first time in his life and wants to bounce off of me. And it's really, really cool to have my dad in that authentic way. Again, I don't know if you're going to be as fortunate with your mother. I don't know her, and I can't speak for that relationship, but I can say that I relate to the feeling of thinking my faith crisis is going to adversely affect my parent, and I don't want to do that. But I think in my experience, authenticity should be your compass and should be the thing that you put your faith in.
Yeah. And I just want to clarify something. I mean, because while we're on this call, I've been trying to read the chat comments, and I just want to clarify something. That yes, I do have the choice to basically ignore the conversation every time that she tries, of course, to bring it up. But my problem is that this is brought up every single time that we talk. Every time that we talk, it's always her trying to basically squeeze it out of me to make sure that I'm still holding on to the idea. And it's fine. It's fine the first few times, but every single time for a very long time, and just to know that this is going to happen for the rest of my life. And I feel like I'm just pretending and trying to lie to her, and I want to talk to her, but this is like the only thing that she ever brings up. And that's why I'm trying to talk about that. But I do appreciate the answer. And I have a lot to think about. I guess I'll just practice to be more honest and be more open with that towards my mom. And but that's all I had to ask for my question. And I don't know if I can ask the first question here. I mean, because I know that you said that you guys don't. Well, I think you guys said that there is a transgender call for some other time, but I was hoping. I mean, that I could.
Oh no, I was just saying I'm happy to answer your questions about trans folks, but like we do have a whole show dedicated to that as well. If you want to talk to actual trans people about trans issues, so I'm happy to take a question. I'm sure Austin is as well. But if you want a more in-depth answer, it might be better to call the other show. You can do both. It's whatever.
Okay, for sure. Yeah. So it's just so I've been a theist for essentially my whole life, and I just turned I just became an atheist like 1.5 years ago, I think. So all this thing is completely new to me. I'm still trying to understand. So I currently have no problem whatsoever with like the gay people or the transgender people. I have no problem. I love and care for them. But I just had this question pop up in my head, like kids don't seem to have a lot of mental capacity to be able to know the action that they are taking and the consequences that may or may not happen in certain like, of course, the cases. And I just wanted to know, would it be fine to basically let a child, let's say if they're like 8 years old and they want to turn to the opposite thing, right? And they want to go through certain procedures. In your opinion, should that be okay for a child to be able to make that choice at such an early age?
So I'll give you two answers. The first one being, when we talk about transitioning, there's a difference between socially transitioning and medically transitioning. So a child adopting the social roles, the clothing, the behaviors, the whatever of a different gender, there's absolutely no long-term consequence of this, besides maybe if they change their mind someday, they might look back and be embarrassed or something like that. But at the end of the day, what we're talking about here, it's important to remember, isn't just fashion. It isn't something cool they saw on TV. It isn't any of these things. This is actually who this child is, and they're living as themselves. The same way that you know, very likely, I don't know your story, but very likely when you were a child, you just were a boy. At no point did you feel this isn't right for me. The clothes and the behaviors and the toys and the surroundings and the everything around me doesn't fit who I am on the inside. And so you, like, exactly how you felt your whole life being a boy, that is how a trans person feels being whatever, you know, gender they are. And so, like, that's the distinction there. In terms of any kind of medical intervention, whenever that becomes a possibility, whether it be as early as, you know, with a puberty blocker or with whatever hormone therapy, whatever it may be, which, by the way, I think is really important to talk about in this, that just to remind people that things like hormone replacement therapy and gender affirming care, those work for cis people a lot as well. It's only when it's trans people that people act like it's a problem. I know you're not. I just love to throw that out there because it's so important. I would just always fall back on, I'm going to go with whatever the medical experts are saying. And right now, I can just read this to you. Every major medical association recognizes the vital role of gender-affirming care in improving the physical health and mental well-being of transgender individuals. That is a statement from the president of the American Medical Association. Now, I may have some biology degrees, but I am not a doctor, and I'm certainly not a good enough doctor to lead the biggest medical association in the country. So if that dude is saying that the best evidence-based practice is whatever the fuck he says it is, I'm going to believe him. And as far as I know, it has nothing to do with medical interventions for children this way. But, like, at the end of the day, those are my two answers. Number one, we're talking about social transitioning, not medical transitioning most of the time. And even if there was a medical side of it, I trust what the best doctors in the country say, whatever they say. That's what I'm saying.
And we also know, based on those same studies, that that the reason why the vast majority of medical professionals who comment on this field say that is not only because they have, well, no, it's because they have the data that shows that gender-affirming care can reduce suicidality by like 73% in trans kids, which is just like insane. If it was a 5% reduction, if it was like, hey, we saw a 5% reduction with this pill that we gave, if it was a pill, if that's what it was, if it was a pill that you could give kids who 40% of them are prone to suicidal ideation before the age of 18, if you could give them a pill to save their lives, and that pill, maybe made them grow more hair under their armpits than a normal kid grows, but you're like, but it's going to save their life. I think a lot of people would be like, hey, the side effect of this pill, but we should make the pill available to these kids because we're trying to save lives here. And that's what it comes down to, is just like harm reduction. And what's really interesting about this, whenever I hear this from people where they're like, yeah, but kids get confused and kids see stuff on TV and kids get swayed by what's cool in culture. First of all, I think people are way overblowing how cool being trans is in 2023. It's still very hard to be trans and non-binary. It's not like super cool to be trans in high school these days. Like, it's more accepted than it was when I was in high school in the 2000s, but it's still like really hard to live in modern society as a trans or a non-binary person. So that's the first thing. But second of all, they're always like, the way, like, we're pushing stuff on kids before they're ready to handle it. So take away what medical professionals are saying, because you're not a medical professional, and you and neither you or I are qualified to understand the data, even if we read an entire journal on it. And just look at the anecdotal evidence that we have that we were raised in. What we do know is the way that we have been raising trans and non-binary kids for most of Western society, civilization, like modern European colonialist society, by just saying, oh no, none of that shit in my house. And if you do that in my house, you're out. And that's the way that we've been doing it. What we do know is that has been massively detrimental to trans kids and non-binary kids. We know that the way that we've been doing it has been killing them. And so we know that modality of saying, well, you can do that when you're an adult, but not under my roof. We know that fails. And what we're seeing in just, the last couple decades of trying to be more open about this medically and trying to approach things like gender affirming care with kids is that we're seeing great success in the improved mental and physical health of these kids.
Yep. And it's really hard because a lot of the time when we talk about this stuff, you immediately get somebody in the comment section who has watched enough Tucker Carlson to be convinced that doctors are just marching down the hallways of the NICU with hedge clippers, lopping off all the baby dicks because they heard on the liberal, you know what I mean? And it's so difficult to get into the serious reality of no, the one thing that all trans kids are is kids. And that means that they deserve the same rights and the same love as any other kid. And that's it's so hard to get that across. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, because I am not I'm all for them and everything, because I've learned a lot, but I still have a lot more to learn regarding all that. It was just that question has been on my mind, because I thought personally, speaking about, of course, the medical transitioning, I think I allowed my fear of the idea or the possibility of a person regretting their choice, or how do I say this? Hopefully I'm just kind of making sense here, where a person regrets, but I think I'm just forgetting the point that it is not as common for a person to regret, I guess. So that was just a question based off of my own fear, I would suppose.
The thing is,
it's incredibly. Sorry, go ahead, Forrest.
I was just going to say, it is a tiny, tiny percentage of people who regret these things. And that's
exactly
way fun that I've had LASIK eye surgery, so I don't have to wear contact lenses anymore. The cases of people who regret having LASIK are several hundreds of times higher than people who regret transitioning. And a lot of the time when people self-report about regretting transitioning, or they detransition later on, it's because they didn't have a supportive environment, a supportive family, and they felt compelled to, and then that's a really painful, uncomfortable situation. Yeah. It's kind of like when we talk about the way that we measure homosexuality. Yeah. It requires self-reporting, and that's really difficult to get really accurate numbers when we're talking about people giving intimate details about their sexual lives to complete strangers in a lab coat when they're probably raised in an environment where that's not okay in the first place. You know what I mean? So it's really difficult to really gauge what's going on there. But even with those deeply skewed numbers, it's still an unbelievably low percentage. And you could boil it down to something very, very trivial. So trivial to the point where it almost doesn't do it justice. If it completely doesn't do it. I have all these moles on my face. I got this witch's wart here on the end of my nose. I got these two big guys over here and all this. When I was a little kid, I was probably 10 or so years old, I had the opportunity to have all these removed when I was a little kid. And I didn't want to. I was scared of that, and I didn't want to do it. I wish I had. I have plastic surgery scheduled next week to have these all removed from my face. And I'm excited about it. But I wish I had just done it then. And so that's a regret that I could have been, you know what I mean? And then that's something so trivial that, that would have improved my life, I feel. And it would have changed the way I saw myself and improved my confidence, things like, you know what I mean? Now we're talking about something really serious. Yeah. Like Austin alluded to, this is something that involves a life and death scenario for these kids. If we had pediatric cancer, that's a life-changing kind of procedures to fix that. But nobody would argue that this kid is within their well mind and right to say, this is affecting my life I need to take care of it. And that's a serious decision for that kid to make at a young age. That you know what I mean? So from something completely trivial like moles on your face to something very serious like cancer, we're talking about the exact same thing. Does this kid have rights to their own body? And do they know enough about their own body to make these kinds of choices? And when those choices may eventually become permanent, do you want to have that be something that you're supporting them and listening to them and loving them and working with them? This isn't like you walk into the doctor's office and you're like, I'm trans today, and they give you all the surgeries. This is a long-term thing with parents and doctors that goes and therapists for months and years leading up to one decision. You know, it's just not as easy and not as simple as people like to pretend. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I totally understand that now a lot more, and I do that, like I just try to understand things more because, like, you know, it's all like pretty new, but I really appreciate how you explain things in such manner. It's really good. I really like that. So those were my two questions, and I don't want to end off with a question, but I just want to end off with a statement because I don't want to take too much of your time, if that makes sense. But I just want to say thank you to Austin. I don't know you much. I mean, because I just now heard of you, but I really appreciate how you speak of certain issues, and I just really enjoy that so much. I just want to say thank you. And to Forrest, when I was a Christian, I have been searching all kinds of people online to listen to, and nearly every atheist online has been very rude, mean, or very sassy, and the way that they would speak would technically turn me away from the idea of considering the atheistic view, and that was not helpful. So I'm just very very happy that you were that one person who was like the kind atheist, the one who was very calm, and that was very inviting to me as a Christian, and to, of course, my girlfriend too. She was more considerate of you, and it caused us to just be able to open our minds more. So
well, that means the world to me, man. Thank you so much.
That people should be like that. Yeah, for sure. I just want people to be more like that, more open.
That does mean everything to me. So thank you, and congratulations on your deconstruction to your girlfriend as well. Yeah, we'll jump on to the next one. But thank you so much, Samuel. I appreciate you being here.
All right, take care, man.
Bye.
You know, I want to say something really quick just about that last comment that Sam said, because I totally agree. I think that you're a great educator and teacher, and I think that the way that you speak about this stuff is presented in a way that's very palatable for a lot of people who find some of the atheist discourse online, or even a majority of it, to be off-putting or leave a bad taste in their mouth. And I totally think that that's a valid point that Samuel's making. But I also just I want to say something just as a like. Sometimes I hear this online where people will be like, you know, more people would listen to you if you weren't so, or I'll see them say this to other creators. I'll see them say this to people who are like a part of a marginalized group. I'll see them, you know, comment on like a black woman will be speaking about something about racism in America, and they'll be like, well, maybe if you weren't so rude in your tone or so arrogant the way you talk, I would listen to you. And I'm kind of like, you know, this person people don't always owe you like a really kind, respectful tone when they're talking about something that's like, I've been trying to get you guys to recognize me as a human being we've been trying it for hundreds of years to get you to just recognize our basic humanity. And sometimes atheists, it's the same way too, or like the Atheist Experience which is another show that you do. It's been a call-in show. Is it on the same channel on the line? Is it here or is it on a different?
No, it's on a whole other thing.
Whole other
they're
thing.
competitors.
But Oh,
yeah, we
well
actually,
then,
since it came up, we always clarify at this point. The Atheist Experience is a totally different organization. They're a 501c3. We are not. We're for profit. And you know, our standards are higher. All right. Anyway, take it back away.
give us your money. But that's a show that's been going on for 20 years, and people call in every week with, and it's astonishing how often the hosts get the same 5 to 10 questions, and it's just like people or the same 5 to 10 arguments from theists and from believers. So sometimes, as an atheist who's trying to educate believers or theists, sometimes you have to understand how frustrating it can be explaining for the 1,000th time that the Bible says so isn't sufficient evidence for the Bible being the word of God. You know, like, that's a frustrating thing to be like, for the last time, I can't say Hogwarts is real because it says so in the Chamber of Secrets. Like, I can't, like, you know, like, yeah.
I don't know, man. I like, I'm not trying to argue with you, but I do those shows, I think, more than anybody, even more than Matt now. I actually don't mind so much like the repetition, because I'm in my head, it's like, I'm not doing this because it's my 1000th show. Actually, I have the perfect metaphor. You know how it sucks when you go to the emergency room and the people there treat you like you're the 100th person that they saw today? But in your mind, you're like, this is the first time I broke a limb. This is like, I don't know that I don't die because my arm's broken. Like, fucking, and I try to turn it around and sort of like, I don't mind answering the same. The thing I get impatient with is people being dishonest, or you ask a question and you're like, okay, why is that a good reason? And then they start trying to answer a question they think they're ready for instead of the question you asked. And that's what drives me crazy. But I don't mind the repetition.
Yeah.
You're going to have so many people who are in different phases that still think, why are there still monkeys, is a good question that you were that stupid at one point too. By the way, I'm ex-Mormon also. I didn't know you were.
Oh, hey. All right. Yeah. No, that's a very good point.
Buds.
That's a very good point. Very good point. That, like, it's not, and I love the analogy about the hospital, because you're spot on with that. And you're right. Whenever I watch shows where people are calling in and it's theists debating with atheists or something like that, the thing that bothers me more is when people do that too, when they don't participate in the discussion in good faith, and when they're not actually responding to questions that are asked, they're just sort of moving on to their next topic.
For the record, like, I don't want to take it away from you, because I know that compliment meant a lot to you at the end there, Forrest. I was jerking off the air the whole time, because you're literally calling in to a network that has shows almost every night platforming atheists and skepticism, and part of me just goes, I'm not going to ignore the passive aggressiveness of a compliment that is, you are the only atheist, by the way, on this network of dozens of atheists, the only atheist in the whole wide world that, and you know, what a breath of fresh air. I'm just sitting here like, and he took so long to say it. I was going to throw up in my mouth. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm
proving his point a little,
but if that's something that I can rub in your face specifically for the rest of our lives, I'm okay with that.
I give a shit. Forrest, you think that's the kind of thing that...
Get off your high horse. I converted Samuel.
You think that's the kind of thing that what would have bothered me is if that person had called in and been like, I like that on the episodes that you're in charge of, whatever you do, the production's just so much better than every other. Like, that would have been the thing that fucked me. Like, first of all, it's me anyway, you piece of shit. Fuck you. That's what would have got me, man. I can give a fuck. I'm literally proving the guy's point. The guy calls in, he's like, all other atheists are unbearable assholes. And but you were
Samuel.
But you were
piece
great.
Of shit.
And then I jump on like, boy, Samuel. Wow. Do you need an apple box to stand on? Jesus Christ. Shut the fuck up. I proved his point, and yet I'm going to sit here and go fucking. Anyway,
everybody,
let's only promote quality. For the remainder, let's only promote quality shows, and also not promote shows that literally won't let their hosts mention our channel. That's the new rule. I'm just teasing.
Fair enough.
You don't know.
I've been doing it anyway.
You don't know the jam.
I've been doing it anyway.
Thank you. I love that about you.
Everybody in the chat, thank me for how good the audio quality is, because it's my job. I did it. It's me for me. Sure.
Thank him, please do.
It totally made.
I watch a lot of shows. I watch a lot of call-in shows, and only the ones that Forrest is on have good audio. And I think that and that's because of Forrest. And no one else.
And the it's all this.
I've also noticed that the only episodes of your shows that have good music theory are the ones with Forrest on. Oh, what? He's never been on? Well, what's that math add up to? Fuck you. No, you're great. You're great.
That's great.
I try to hone in on insecurities, see if I can find them. I think I know Forrest's greatest insecurity, but I'll never say it on air. That would be terribly unkind.
Logan Fisher eats shit. Thanking Jimmy for being a great evolutionary biologist. Fuck
You're
you.
welcome.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Let me talk about dogs and stuff. Hey, can I just say, theists, y'all a bunch of cowards. I know some of you are watching right now. You're so fucking brave on Twitter, and you're so fucking brave in the comment sections, and you're so brave trying to work in the live chat because you don't know that you're muted because nobody gives a fuck if you're trying to argue in the live chat instead of what the actual programming is. Call the goddamn show. Like, you fucking warriors.
It's crazy. We have a whole ass network built on them calling us, and now that they're just we must be doing a phenomenal job.
The weekend shows have been doing great, but yeah, for some reason during the week, and what's fucking crazy is, y'all, like, I get it. You feel less anonymous, and so all of your bravery goes away because you're not armed with a keyboard and shit. But like, you're still pretty anonymous when you call in. You can lie about your name. You can say that you live wherever you've always wanted to live. It's just that we'll hear your voice. That's the only thing that's different. Like, fucking sack up.
Because
like
we've got somebody on the line that's been waiting for like 45 minutes that I'm going to get to. And it's going to be, from what I'm hearing from what it shows on the screen, it's going to be a lot of me describing some really detailed science about something that, like, it's going to be cool, but let's be honest.
Yeah.
I know that people want to hear a theist call in, and I'm waiting. I would love to have I guess Emmanuel gave up. We used to have him every week. The rest
Emmanuel is, I think, having maybe a bit of a crisis about his beliefs, and maybe we'll be hearing. I don't know for sure.
Well, the reason why he is because Forrest was so nice to him.
Yeah, and that was definitely it.
I was just so quiet. So kind.
I didn't realize until I every now and then I'll just type. I'll go to the comments thing on analytics and just type Jimmy in to see all the comments shitting on me, to keep myself humble. And it doesn't work. I'm so arrogant. Anyway. I've been super mean recently.
My wife offered to prank call the show.
I've apparently been super mean about boring calls lately and didn't even realize I've been doing it, but they're totally right. Cause the calls have been ending and I've been like, hey man, next time don't call. This was terrible. Like, this was a bad call. Like, what show do you think this is? So I'm trying to be nicer, but now I'm telling people to call. Just call with something argumentative, something worth it. Jesus Christ.
Pick a fight.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah. Joseph Smith was a pedo.
The Trump indictment.
Bring it. Yeah. I'll do it.
Let's talk about it.
I'm sitting here like,
Black Lives Matter, trans rights are human rights, Nazis are stupid. If any of those things offend you, fuck yourself, and also call. Let us know.
And also
come talk to us.
Joseph Smith was a pedo. Islam's also untrue. Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we've got one left. You guys want to jump into it? And then we might wrap early. Who knows?
Oh, thanks for being inclusive. I'll shut up. I'm just having fun with the two of you. This was enjoyable to me. I was having a good time. Yeah, no, go.
This person's been on hold for 47 minutes.
Helios is awesome. Definitely get to Helios. They're good people.
Okay. So we've got Helios, pronouns they, them, calling in from Serbia, I'm guessing. Wants to talk about some biology questions, particularly about teeth. This could be a long call. Helios, how are you today?
I am better than most days because I woke up apparently, and Jimmy, it's 1 a.m. when this starts in Europe. You do realize that, Jimmy. I'm going to hold this over you, Jimmy.
Sorry,
Do you know
I was
how
reading
hard
something.
it is
What's up?
to wake up? I am going to forever hold it over you that you constantly start shows at like midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., or 3 a.m. for me and most other Europeans.
Wait, and you think that that's going to make me feel bad? Europe's a
No.
nightmare. I hope you all are suffering to watch the show. I'm just kidding. I don't. I'm sorry. It's all
No.
good.
See,
I love y'all.
you made it convenient for Americans, which is all well and good, but you made it inconvenient for Europeans and all over Asia. You're just waking up now. You are
We should have
basically
second show.
guaranteeing. Yeah.
Yeah, all
We
right,
should
so
either have
you're
a second
basically
show
guaranteeing only
that's on Serbian
Americans.
time.
Hey,
Yeah.
We should either have a second
He-
show
Doesn't
for
have to be
Serbians,
Serbian
or we should just have a
time, just-
24-hour stream.
Here's the good news. We're launching a second channel. It's actually already out. You can subscribe now. It's called The Line X, and we're going to be doing new additional shows, and some of them will necessarily have to be earlier because we're not going to overlap the shows. So, fucking.
damn, I was
That's
gonna
great.
say the reason why we prioritize this time slot is because it's America first, baby.
That's
All
right.
America first, yeehaw, baby.
I barely
That's-
acknowledge that Europe exists. Are you shitting me? Come on.
I barely acknowledge.
What
that
even is
Europe
Serbia?
Serbia is a hellhole that started World War I, quote unquote. It's more like because of a stupid peace agreement, because of stupid aggression. But anyway, animal teeth, amazing stuff.
Animal teeth. Right. Yeah, dude. What you have a question about animal? Because I can talk for hours about them.
Well, I heard twice. Once that you were grinding up animal teeth. I don't know if they were antelopes or something.
Deer. They're
Which,
deer.
I see now. So, why were you just measuring the percentage of certain chemicals, molecules to see? So that tells you what stuff's in the water supply or food sources.
Yeah.
Because of ecology,
do you want the real
right?
answer or do you want the short answer? Like, do you want the
I
palatable
prefer the
answer or the
real
correct
answer.
answer? Okay.
The
So,
correct
yeah, I'll give you just the long and short of it for because I know everybody's chomping at the bit, super fucking excited about my research right now. Calm down. I'll just break it down. Austin's heard this before. I talked about it on your show. My research is in what's called paleoecological reconstruction. And so we look at the paleo environments, the paleoecology, the paleoclimate, the ancient climate and ecology and whatnot, and way deep in the past in order to understand what was going on there and what kind of life was going on there. So my site that I'm working on right now is a 1.5 million year old site where we find Homo erectus just outside of Africa, in the Levant. I just saw my wife in the chat say I'm out because she's heard this for the past 2 years over and over and over as I've been working on this research, on this particular study. And so what I'm doing is we're looking at cervids, which are deer, and we're taking samples of the tooth enamel from the very back molar, the M3, because that guarantees that they're an adult. That M3 only erupts in adulthood, just like our third molar, our wisdom teeth come in when we're adults. What I'm looking for are these things called stable isotopes. Isotopes are atoms that have different numbers of neutrons. Some of them are radioactive, and we can use those for things like dating. So like carbon-14, for example, we can use for radiometric dating because it's an unstable isotope of carbon. A stable isotope doesn't decay. It just moves through the environment differently because of its weight. So because of differences in weight, because it has one extra neutron, it has a slower vibrational frequency. So that gives it a lower ground state energy. So it has a stronger bond strength, it has a higher dissociation energy. It makes stronger chemical bonds. It also is heavier, so it's going to be slower to, like a heavy oxide of oxygen is slower to evaporate and faster to precipitate. in stable isotopes of carbon, they're going to accumulate more in C4 plants, which have a more complicated photosynthetic pathway that is spatially isolated, the light-dependent and light-independent reactions. So you have the initial capture of carbon being in an enzyme called PEP in the mesophyll cells that then gets transferred to the bundle sheath cells, where you have a dissociation, freedom, the re-dissociation of carbon dioxide, and then the Calvin-Benson cycle there. So you have these different plants have higher ratios of heavy carbon. Hot environments have heavy ratios of heavy oxygen. And so then meteoric water and surface water are going to be enriched in these heavy oxygen isotopes, get drawn up into plants, get taken in to animals in the form of preformed water that they're eating in the plants or that they're drinking from the surface water. And so you can then take these animals, these deer, as your tooth enamel develops, carbonate, which is one of the chemicals in that makes up your tooth enamel. It's a calcium or carbon and oxygen compound, a polyatomic ion that makes up your tooth enamel. Carbonate is formed from biogenic carbon dioxide, and it forms in isotopic equilibrium with body water. And when it precipitates into tooth enamel, it replaces phosphate in the apatite matrix. And so you now have a really faithful representation of the isotopic composition of the environment that this animal was living in, even millions of years later, because it's such a stable compound that's the crystal matrix of bioapatite is way more stable and less susceptible to diagenetic corruption than like bone collagen or hair or whatever would be, for example. And so we're able to grind off a little bit of this tooth enamel, put it in a mass spectrometer. We digest it in phosphoric acid. We put a little bit of dust in a jar, purge it with helium to get all of the carbon dioxide from the air around you out. Then we digest it in phosphoric acid. That produces carbon dioxide from the carbonates. That carbon dioxide has the isotopes in it that we're looking for. We then run those through a mass spectrometer, and based on the ratios that we get, we can tell a little bit more about the plant life and the general temperature, the climate, the precipitation, the temperature, whatever, of the environment they were living in. And this research is really, really, really common with bovids, which are like antelopes, cows, sheep, goats, things like that. Super predictable diet, super predictable isotope ratios. We can do that a lot. We don't know if it works on deer yet, because deer are what we call variable browsers and grazers, which means they're fucking dumb. And they just eat anything around them based on a lot of factors. And so my research is studying the physiology and ecology of deer, like whoa, and then a fuckload of isotope chemistry, and then a fuckload of paleoclimatology. Let's see if these things fit together. And so that's why I grind up deer teeth for a living. And hopefully, I'll be able to be done with this research by this summer, and I'll be publishing this paper next year. But like, that's if everything goes well, which it never fucking does. And that's what my research is all about. That's why I do what I do.
Austin over there, eyes glazed over, thinking about the movie Teeth.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I was gonna mention that he looks extremely dead.
Dude, me too. I fucking Christ. I changed planes. I changed planes while Forrest was talking there.
Check out Methods in Paleoecology by Croft, Sue, and Simpson. This is a great textbook all about it.
Look,
it's great.
Look, straight up, I think
Amazing.
It's awesome. But it's also like, I almost wanted to say this to our first caller, because our first caller was asking you about how evolution works and stuff like this, and having these doubts about, but there's the rules of the way that the universe works and stuff. And I almost wanted to ask him, like, hey, look, I probably don't understand any of this stuff any better than you do. That's why I'm letting Forrest do all the heavy lifting on the question. But let me ask you something. Listening to Forrest talk about this stuff, do you think that he has more of an idea of how this works than, like, say, a biblical scholar who's done nothing but study the Bible his whole life? Like, who do you think has more of an understanding of, like, how it works? And if nothing else, if you're a person watching the show and you listen to that section and you go like, I didn't really get any of that, it's like, yeah, you don't really need to. What you need to know is that people who do understand it are doing that work, and that's why we know the things we know. You know?
Yeah, no, Forrest explained it amazingly.
Yeah, he's excellent in explaining
isotopes to reconstruct ecology. Jeez.
Oh, that's not even the coolest part. There's a million ways you can do paleoecological reconstruction. Isotopes are just the way that stable isotopes are the way that I do it. You can do ice cores. You can do fucking
You got a theist
speleothems.
waiting, just
You
so
can
you
do
know.
fucking. Oh, hell yeah. You can do speleothems. You can do ice cores. You can do insects. You can do fucking ancient insects, because insects are super fast generation time and very susceptible to climatic changes. By the way, I saw somebody said take a drink because I recommended a book. I saw a few people do that. Love that that's a thing. Get hammered, bitches. Here's Ecology of Browsing and Grazing 2. That one's really important if you want to learn more about deer ecology. Here's a consumer's guide to archaeological science. They have a lot in here about especially strontium isotopes, which help track migration. Environmental archaeology is a really good one as well. Paleozoology and Paleoenvironments by Faith and Lyman. I got a ton of information out of that bitch. Zooarchaeology and environmental archaeology as well. Definitely read these guys if you want to learn a little bit more about what I do for a living. And hopefully when I'm done with this paper, I'll never have to do it again. It'd be great. Yeah, that's
God.
what I did. Yeah. Everybody drink.
If I had vodka in this thing, I would be shit faced right now.
I just went and grabbed like 3
Yeah.
more from over there for this exact reason.
Also, now no one can ever dare suggest people don't like when Forrest geeks out. How dare any of you, including Forrest?
Right? Oh man. But yeah, it's. I hope that answers your question. If you want to know more about it, I'll talk about it, but not right now because I want to move on to the next thing. But feel free to call back later if you want to talk about deer ecology or about different methods of paleoecological reconstruction or about different types of paleoclimatology, or if you want to talk about zooarchaeology. That's a thing. Oh my God, zooarchaeology is. I work in the lab that I work in right now. There's 2 of them, and one of them is called the Paleoecology and Zooarchaeology Laboratory, and the other one is the Paleoanthropology and Osteology Laboratory. So if you want to get into either of those fields as well, they all tie together, and they're all really cool.
All I hear is
try, and they totally. Sorry, Austin.
I was just gonna say, all I hear is that you work at the anti-Bible lab. That's all I hear, and that's all I care about.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
Yeah, you just work at the making up lies to dupe Christians lab is what you work at.
Well, we have to put on the black robes and then light the black candles, and then we all come together to like figure out what exactly we're gonna say to trick the Christians today.
Yeah.
When you're ready to end the call, let me know. I wanna at the very end offer one more resource to Helios before we say goodbye.
I mean, I'm down. I want to jump on the next thing anyway.
But I have something else to say. Sorry, I want to inform people. It is completely possible to despise what you love or loved doing. I loved cooking. I went to a restaurant to try out. First time in a restaurant. Loved fish. They gave me 5 crates of fish to clean. Now I hate fish.
Yeah. It is crazy because I really do. I fucking love science, man. It's my life, and I love explaining it, and I love talking about it. I love doing it. Even though it's like there's this old phrase that something it moves at the speed of science, to say that it's just slow, arduous, dogging hard, mind-numbing. Man, part of this, I went to the University of Arkansas to work in their stable isotope lab for a couple of days as a part of this, and literally I sat there for fucking 12 hours until 4 a.m, just fucking measuring like grains of dust, of tooth enamel dust onto a fucking microbalance. And it's like, because you need like 3 micrograms of the shit, and you put this little bit of dust on a plate and put it on the balance, and it's like, that's actually 2 micrograms. You need a little less. And you're like, okay, I take some off, and you put it back, and it's like, now it's 5 micrograms. And you're like, how is that possible? And you just keep and you're just going insane for hours and hours and hours. And so like, man, I have never been so motivated by hate that with this particular work I'm working on right now. But it's fucking cool, you know? Like that's the thing. There's a balance to it.
And the way I can gut a fish in 0.5 seconds and clean it in 0.3 is amazing.
Yeah, dude. But God, getting there. Whoa.
I have
Anyway, Helios,
nightmares when I go to sleep about fish.
a fucking fish.
It messed me up. Imagine turning into first day of biology and getting 5 tons of teeth to grind. That's the Ross equivalent.
It's madness, dude. Anyway, we've got one more person on the line, but I think Jimmy had something else for you really quick. What was it, Jimmy?
Oh yeah, Helios, thanks for calling. We'll let you go now, but before you read all those books, I would say to get you started on your journey, you're going to want to watch the 2007 film called Teeth. Just check that out. That's going to send you right on your journey. Thanks, Helios. Bye.
It's a fantastic movie. A lot of science education.
Tremendous. So much science in that movie. Check out 2007 Teeth.
It is great.
They were super nice.
It's a great movie.
So we've got one call left, and we actually got a theist at the end of the show. We got somebody willing to actually talk to us. It makes me very happy. We've got Andrew, pronouns he, him, calling him from Florida, wants to talk about God and why he should be respected just in case he's real. Andrew, how are you doing today?
Good evening, gentlemen.
How are you? I think we've talked before, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. About morality.
Excellent. Yeah.
Hey, so real quick, saying that God is immoral does not disprove the existence of God. So saying there is no God, by definition, is not scientific, because there's no evidence to say there's no God. You haven't falsified anything, but you are actually jeopardizing your own eternal destiny if there is. And so my last point, just for me, if there's even a 1% chance that God is real, I would respect and worship just in case.
Which one?
Because eternal condemnation is a really bad option.
Which one, Andrew? If there's a 1% chance that which God is real?
Most of the world religions point to a monotheistic God. So just by
but that's pretty recent phenomenon.
Yeah, but which one now? Like, because even most of the world's religions today that are monotheistic have different gods. So if I'm going to hedge my bets here and make sure that I'm playing a hand at the cosmic craps table and I don't want to be left out of heaven for eternity, which one should I bet on, and how do I make that decision? Because I could bet wrong. I could bet that it's Jehovah or Elohim, and it could actually be Allah, and it could be the Quran, and I could fuck that up. So how do I get that right? How do I make sure I don't mess that up?
You can't know for sure. But if you choose one, it's less likely you'll piss off that one.
Right. Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like there's that old, I think it was Bertrand Russell, wasn't it, that said, with all the various gods on offer, even if we could be sure that even one of them was real, then everybody should still expect damnation, just as a matter of probability. Like, if you talk about the Christian God, like if you say, well, you should really be focusing on Christianity, there's over 4,500 different versions of Christianity, different denominations, most of which are sure that all the other ones are wrong. So, like, and that everybody else is going to hell but just them. So, like, even if you just say the Christian God, there's over 4,000 different ways to do that. How can we say which one we should be hedging our bets on?
That's religion's goal, to try to say with some level of certainty, this is the best choice. But you're playing.
So it's like a sales pitch.
I would say that it's like a sales pitch, yeah. Because, like, how do you know if you're living in the best country possible? You just got to choose the one you were born in. I'm glad I'm not in the Soviet Union. I'm in America. I have to assume this is the best country that I could choose.
I want to posit a little analogy to you, because I used to I used to have people who would is it? I don't know about that, but I used to have people who would say things like, well, the reason why there's no physical evidence of God, or the reason why God can't just make himself or itself manifest to humanity, is because if a teacher were to just give you all of the answers the first day of class, you wouldn't learn anything. And the purpose of being alive, and the purpose of having a physical body and having your memory wiped of any knowledge of God when you come to earth, is so that you can have this experience of going through this test. And that sort of feels like where we're operating with this this bet that we're placing is like, it's the test that God is making, and hopefully we get the answer right. Hopefully we hedge our bets on the right God. But it's also, people use this classroom analogy. You wouldn't learn anything in a class where you're given all the answers the first day. But the way that I adjust that classroom analogy to sort of make it, I think, a little more accurate is what's more accurately going on is we all showed up to class one day, not even really knowing if it was a classroom or where it was. We just were there. And at some point, somebody stood up in the classroom and said, hey guys, teacher's not coming in today, but they told me that they told me everything that we need to know for class. So I'm just going to tell everyone what's on the test and you guys listen to me. And then some other kid stood up almost immediately and was like, don't listen to that kid. That kid's full of shit. That is not what the teacher told. The teacher talked to me and said that this is what the class is all about. Before we knew it, we had about 40 different kids in the classroom standing up saying, don't listen to that kid. I've got the answers. Some kids were standing up going, call me crazy. I don't think any of these kids have the right answers. I think they're all making this shit up because they all want to be in charge. I'm not even sure this is a classroom. I don't even think that this is a classroom where we're supposed to be learning something. And that's what's actually going on. So that's really kind of what this classroom setting of Earth is. And that's the chaos that we're all living in. I just want to ask you sincerely, genuinely, a question like, why in the world would that be the design that God would make? Why would that be the best way to like get us back to heaven to be with him when we die? It's just chaos. We're just dropped into just insanity. And he's like, good luck, fucker.
Yeah, it sounds messed up. I agree. Yeah. That's a story that a lot of religions kind of have come up with. But to continue the metaphor, I at least want to submit a paper saying, okay, I think these were the instructions, but you're saying let's rip the paper up and throw it away. I'm more likely to graduate than you.
Right, but that's the thing is we don't even know if there's the point.
Not really.
That was the whole point of Austin's analogy.
We don't even know if there's a school. So like not really. Like you are no more likely to graduate than me because we don't even know if graduation is a thing. Like,
but you haven't proved that there is no school. You haven't proven it either.
Well, yeah,
and that's the thing, though, man.
You said that in your initial comment. You said saying there is no God is not scientific because there's no that there is no God. But like, you have to understand that like saying there is no, you could say the exact same thing. Saying there is no unicorns is unscientific because there's no evidence that there aren't any unicorns. Saying there is no Santa Claus is unscientific because there is no evidence that there is no Santa Claus. There are all kinds of things that I'm sure you, Andrew, accept as just like things that don't exist, that you have no problem accepting as things that don't exist because there is no evidence for them. You're not like, I'm writing letters to the North Pole just in case, and I'm more likely to get presents on Christmas than people who don't, you know?
Yeah, but Santa's not threatening me with hell.
So then that's the thing. In my culture, if you're bad, Krampus comes along and beats the shit out of you and takes you to hell in a fucking sack. So, like, you know, where I come from, there's the threat of Krampus. You gotta behave. You better be good. Otherwise, he'll fucking come and terrorize you as a child. So, like, does that mean people should be believing in Krampus and Santa? Or I guess it wouldn't be Santa, it would be Nikolaus. Would people be believing in Krampus and Nikolaus because there is the threat? Or is that still not reasonable?
Well, you can falsify that in this life.
How?
But you can't, because you said that Krampus is gonna, what'd you say, beat you up or something? But that happens in this life.
Where I come, I'm Austrian. The thing, I come from the Carpathians. My dad was Austrian. My whole mom's side, all we have written, it just says a foothill of the Carpathian Mountains, and that we don't know where the fuck. But anyway. My family's from that side of the world. And so, like, there's the tradition. Yeah. There's the tradition of, instead of Santa Claus, there's Nikolaus, who brings you presents. And then if you're bad, there's the anti-Santa, which is Krampus, who is a demon who comes along with whips and chains and a sack to drag naughty children away in. So, like, there is the threat of punishment if you're bad. and you can't falsify it unless, of course, you get dragged away by Krampus someday. So, like, that's the whole thing, man. Just because there's a threat, that doesn't mean that it's more reasonable to accept it. It makes it more reasonable to hate the thing that's threatening you, but also you still don't have to believe in it.
Yeah, I don't like the threat either. I'm not justifying it. But there's a 1%, even if there's like a 0.0001% chance, you want to, like, our bodies are so ingrained to believe that this is so real, and this is for millions of people. How can you can't get out of this fear?
So what about Krampus? There's a chance that Krampus is real, and he just hasn't gotten you yet.
Krampus.
He's just biding his time.
Yeah,
why not?
If millions of people believe in
he's
Krampus,
biding his time. He's waiting.
I know.
I still, Andrew,
it does not. It doesn't falsify the claims. That
Andrew,
omniscient being that started the whole universe, because we don't know what started the whole universe.
Exactly.
I
still don't know how you're making the determination which God you're going to hedge your bets with. I still don't feel like we answered that question definitively. Like, I get what you're saying, that you're saying, like, even if there's a 0.0001% chance, like, wouldn't you want to just to make sure, just so that you don't spend eternity in hell? I'm just like, but yeah, you could be spending eternity in any one of thousands of hells of thousands of different gods. How are you making the determination to hedge your bets on one versus the other? I just don't see how you're making that call. And how does that seem like a safer bet than me just saying, I don't think that I need to bother with any of that?
Also, on top of that, like, how do you get past the arrogance of saying, I'm going to pull one over on God? I'm just going to believe this way, and he'll have to deal with it. I've scapegoated into the rules. Technically, I believe. You can't say I didn't, and now I must be rewarded. How is that a thing that you're able to do?
Faith is saying yes, even though I don't understand it, I don't agree with it. Faith can be simply saying, okay, I accept your terms in as much as possible. I'm not going to disrespect. But how is disrespecting and criticizing? I mean, how is that productive? Especially if these are
productive
just
because it's productive because a lot of people hold to the belief that God is good all the time, and that anything that God says is a good thing, and that these religions, especially here in America, we have Christianity quite a bit, people believe that it's a good thing that we have this construct of hell, and that all these things in the world, all these terrible things that happen, are all part of a divine plan. And all I'm saying is, any plan that involves millions of children starving to death all around the world, about 24,000 children a day starve to death. Every single day, 1,000 an hour. We've been on this show for almost 2 hours. Almost 2,000 people have starved to death, dying in terror and agony. In this show, any plan that involves that is a shitty plan. So if you're going to sit here and say that this is a beautiful, good thing, maybe getting past the fact that this isn't good and this isn't beautiful is the first step into now questioning, is it even necessary and is it even real? So you're right. In the beginning, you said questioning God and criticizing God doesn't disprove its existence. You're absolutely right. But if we can all agree that if this God does exist, he's a fucking asshole, then maybe we'll be a little bit better off. And then when people aren't so reverent, they'll be a little bit more critical and they'll be able to deconstruct a little bit more easily.
Yeah, this is sort of goes back to what Samuel was saying about, like, oh, well, thank you for making atheism palatable, or these thank you for not being rude. When I hear that, when it's like, well, what's the use of ridiculing or being like, what good does that do? I don't necessarily think that we're ridiculing so much as we are just being frank about the nature of God as it is presented by theists. That it's like when someone says, hey, don't you want to hedge your bets with this this fictional character that could potentially be real, 0.0001%, just in case this fictional character tortures you for all eternity. And all we're saying is like, even if that fictional character is real, that's an insane thing that you like. That's a wild, like, and it's not, why does that, if they were real, why would they deserve my love and respect? That is a sociopathic, like, villain. I think it's really interesting too how in the Bible, God is, just from a literary standpoint, like one of the great fictional villains in the history of literature. Like the God of the Bible is like an excellent antagonist. He does nothing but pushes the plot backwards and tries to keep the plot from advancing. Satan's always doing things that are pushing the plot forward. It's like this book that's written from the perspective of the villain. So the villain thinks of himself as a hero, but everything the villain does that he's like, look at what a great person I am, is just awful. Like every story is him just being the worst person imaginable and being like, aren't I great? Aren't I amazing? And so it's just like,
and then everyone clapped.
I want to add on to that. I'm not disagreeing. I'm actually agreeing. The story of Job, the devil's literally like making a bet with God and saying, oh, look, will he serve you? Will he serve you if his children die, if I destroy his health, et cetera, and it looks nasty when you don't look at it religiously, but that doesn't disprove that there's a God and a devil. There could still be a God and a devil running the show and talking in the background.
Of course, it doesn't disprove anything. It just points out person's
life. So, or maybe the story is just messed up. God isn't actually like that. But there's still
that's the thing. You're right. It doesn't disprove anything. It just says that if this is true, then God's a monster. He murdered this man's children and tortured him for years just to win a bet. A bet with a being that he created, knowing that that being would rebel because he's all-knowing, and then knowing that Job would be born as a good and loyal servant and all this stuff. And knowing that Satan would eventually make such a bet, he literally created Job for the purpose of torturing him and killing his family to prove a point to the guy that he created for the purpose of having that point proven to him. What the fuck? It's literally this guy woke up and was like, I can create life. I need to show everyone how big my dick is, and there's nobody around to show. So I'll make a whole universe so that everybody can know. It's absolutely reprehensible and worthy of nothing but contempt and ridicule.
He's one of the most heinous characters ever created by people. I genuinely believe that. Like the God of the Bible, God the Father, and also Allah in the Quran, like they're heinous characters. Like they're absolutely like brutal maniacs. That's the way he's prescribed in that story is heinous. I think just the people who wrote it are heinous. But if you die and stand before him, and he controls all of our destinations, is that really a good idea to say you're heinous? I have absolutely no problem. I've said this so many times to so many different believers over the years, and I really do feel confident in this, mostly because I just am so certain that the likelihood of me actually having to stand before some cosmic throne and explain my life is pretty much zero. I don't actually think that's going to happen, but I have said so many times over the years, and I'm very secure in this, that if I get to an afterlife and there's some guy with a beard sitting on a throne saying, explain yourself, I'm going to say, you explain yourself, you psychopath. What do you mean explain myself? You have any idea what's going on down there? I'm doing what you made me to do. You created the shit. You made the rules. You wrote the rule book. You made science the way that it was. You made the laws of the universe. You're the reason why the things that I observed didn't seem to point to the existence of you. What are you talking about? Explain myself. I have nothing to explain to you. You created it to be this way. You're the person and if he's this terrible sociopath the way that he's depicted in that book, then I don't want to live with him anyway. I actually think I would be better off in hell with the bad guy, because I think the bad guy is more likely to actually be like, it's not actually that bad down here. Living with him is a nightmare. I don't want to live in heaven with that guy at all.
Nope.
Like, that's the thing, man, is
It's a
like,
nightmare here.
if this God is real, he's
Yeah.
terrible, and everything we've ever heard about the devil seems pretty rad. Everything on offer that the conservative Christians in this country at least tell us about the devil, apparently the devil is very accepting, very loving. He's pro LGBT. He's pro free choice. He's all about you can eat and drink and fuck whatever, you have fun. He's all about bodily autonomy. He's all about sexual liberation. He's all about reading. Love it. So, like, it's honestly, it seems like the party. I'm down with that all day long.
Wow. Okay. That takes confidence.
Can I ask you a
but
question?
You guys can say that because you don't have to. Yeah.
Just because I know you believe in this God, and from what I'm understanding, you believe that, like, am I correct in saying this? That you believe that, like, everything that happens is according to this God's plan, this God's will?
Yeah. Even things
And
he doesn't like.
Can I also
Part of his ultimate plan. Yeah.
Okay, and would I also be correct in saying that this God is, like, all-knowing, all-wise, all-powerful, all the omnis? Is that fair as well?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question then, and this isn't a trick question, like, can God make a rock so big he can't lift it, that kind of shit. Like, this is just a genuine, straight-up question, right? Could God have made a universe that didn't involve starvation, rape, bone cancer in children, all these hideous things that we talk about, and still also achieve all of his goals as, like, the divine plan? Would it have been possible that God made a different universe where all of his dreams came true, everything he wanted happened, but nobody ever got raped, and no children ever died of hunger, and there was no such thing as pediatric cancer, and all the evil things in the world that we bring up didn't exist? Would that be possible?
Yeah, it's possible he could have done that.
Right. So then he did it this way on purpose. So then, here's the thing, is you now, not me, you now have to grapple with the fact that if you believe in this God and you worship this God and those stuff, that every time a child gets raped, and every time somebody dies of starvation, and every kid that's born and has leukemia and has to have chemotherapy and everything at the age of 5, every single time that happens, you have to now say, this is a good thing. This is exactly what God wanted. God did it this way on purpose, and it's good, and I'm all for it. Are you prepared to do that?
Not with that framing, although I don't think it's dishonest.
What's the difference?
That these things are part of the plan, and he desired it to be part of the plan. But it's not that he says these are good things.
It doesn't matter.
I'm going to
excuse me. Hold on. It doesn't matter if it's just part of it. It exists at all is enough. I'm going to VidCon this year. Part of my plan is to stop at the gas station and get some gas. If part of my plan to go to VidCon was stabbing a homeless guy, I don't get to just say, it got me to VidCon. It's all part of the plan. That's not good enough. The fact that I could have gone to VidCon without stabbing a homeless guy, it begs the question, why the fuck did you do that? Why was that the way you did it on purpose? I can't just say, well, I wanted to have some bad stuff too. I wanted to have some problems along the way, and it wouldn't have been interesting if I just went and didn't stab anybody. Right? That's not good enough.
I'm curious about something, Andrew, because I love that, Forrest. That's great. I have a question. What do you think heaven is like?
The Bible's pretty silent on it, to be honest.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering,
it sounds like that perfect. It might sound like that perfect plan, that perfect scenario that Forrest described. We're creating the universe without any of the bad stuff.
So you get to heaven, and it's a place where none of that bad stuff exists. People don't get sick. People don't hurt each other. People.
Yeah. That's the best. Yeah.
Food tastes incredible all the time, and you never get full, and you can eat as much as you want, and you can learn for all eternity, and everything is like all serotonin all the time, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
I just how
No pain.
how
No,
did
no, no.
yeah. I think that's a pretty good conception of like what most people would think heaven is. I think most people would agree with you. I just like wonder like how is it that the same guy who designed this existence, this torture chamber that we live in with just all kinds of awful terrible things that put us in this like gross weird sadistic competition where we're supposed like in order to win to get back to this amazing prize we've got to like pretend to believe in him even if we don't and all this stuff. How is that guy going to be the creator of the place that we just talked about, the place like how did those two things work? And how like wouldn't it track that you actually that guy would probably be lying to you? And by the way, he does lie to, so like you said, Bible's pretty quiet on heaven. What we do know is the Bible is littered with examples of God lying to people, of God telling Adam and Eve, you can't eat that fruit right there. Okay, that's against the rules. Don't do it. Knowing that they have to eat the fruit in order for the plan to happen. Knowing that it's an essential part of kicking off the entire domino effect of existence.
He also said in that part, not to interrupt, I apologize, but when he said about the fruit, he told them that they would die if they ate it. He told the first lie in existence. God did. He told the very first lie ever. He told Adam and Eve, if you eat this fruit, you will die. All the serpent ever did is say, no, you won't. The serpent didn't do he didn't ask them to, he didn't tell them to. He just said, you won't die if you eat that. That's all the Bible says. The serpent told the first truth, and God told the first lie. That's the Bible.
Doesn't it seem like the Bible is telling us at every turn not to trust this character? And so it is interesting that the Bible is very quiet on nature of heaven. All you're really sort of given is this hint that like, trust me, you want to come to this place. Trust me, this is the place you want to come to. And it's like, why do I want to go there? What's it like? And it's like, oh, don't worry about that. Just trust me. You want to come to this place because the other place is terrible. But this character that's telling us this is the character that's doing all of this heinous, terrible stuff. So not only do we have no written record of what this prize is that we're trying to get, you and I just, Andrew, have to just speculate on what the nature of heaven actually is. We have no actual written down concrete, like, no, this is what heaven is. It's ice cream all day long, or it's infinite blowjobs. Like, we don't actually know what the nature of heaven is. But what we do know is that the guy who's telling us we need to worship him in order to get there is a liar who's massively sadistic and is constantly torturing people who don't believe in him. And what he has said is, if you don't believe me, I will send you to an eternal torture pit. So we know that like that guy, this like narcissistic sociopath, is telling us, follow me and I'm going to give you something really good. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but trust me. Why are you trusting him?
Yeah.
What about his nature makes you trust him?
Yeah, logically there are problems when you apply it. I do agree, and I agree with I agree with the way you're describing it. But I just don't see how that disproves that God exists. And to Forrest's question, it wasn't a trick question. The thing about the plan, I agree. Why come up with a plan that has any torture at all or anything horrible? But it doesn't disprove that there is a plan. You guys see my point?
So
totally.
No, I do. And you keep falling back to this is the thing, is like you keep saying just criticizing it doesn't disprove it. And we agree with you. But you also keep saying you can't prove it isn't real. And that's not how anything, you would never do that with anything else. You know, the frequent thing that I bring up all the time on my shows, whenever I say there's a closet right here in my office. And in that closet is a magical goblin named Roland. And every time you open that closet door, Roland disappears. That's part of his magic. You can never see him. If you open the door, he's gone. But he lives there, and he does grant wishes, and he eats Subway sandwiches. And he's in there, and he's just doing great things all day long. You can't prove Roland isn't real. Should you believe in him, and should you worship him? Because there's a chance he'll grant wishes for you, but he also might not. Should you believe in Roland?
Also, Roland's kind of like dick.
Yeah.
Like I met Roland once, and he like killed my dad, and so you know.
See, And that's the thing. If you don't trust Roland and you don't give him sandwiches, he might kill your dad. So should you now believe in Roland because there's a threat as well?
That sounds like manipulation.
Sure does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sure does.
Oh my God, he figured it out.
It absolutely does. Yes. What I am doing now is concocting a story that makes no goddamn sense and that you can't prove wrong, that is incredibly manipulative. That's what religion is. It's a domestication tool for humans. It's something that you can't logic your way into or out of. It's something you can never possibly falsify. If you think about it for 5 seconds, it makes no fucking sense. But there's this big threat over the top as well. If you don't do what I say, something horrible is going to happen to you and the people you love. So, like, yeah, it's manipulation. You're absolutely right. Is that a good reason to believe in Roland the Magic Closet Goblin?
Logically, I would say no, especially the way you guys are framing it. It's not logical. That's why it's just by faith. That's why it's just a mystery.
So now,
and we can't understand it,
right,
but it might make sense when we get to heaven.
And it might make sense when you put a Subway sandwich in your closet and Roland grants your wish. It might. You don't know if it will, but it might. And so now just replace the words. Here's this God. Here's God, and you can't see him anywhere. And the more you look for him, the less you'll find him. And if you don't do what he says, he'll send you to hell. But if you do these good things, he might send you to heaven. Never have any proof of any of it then. There's the threat. There's the manipulation. It's the exact same thing. Why should you believe in one and not the other?
Because one has actually dominated cultures for centuries. The belief in these types of stories or myths have actually permeated the human race for thousands of years, even before our species, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So it's actually more valid. And the person.
So if more people believed in Roland the Magical Goblin, then you would too.
If for hundreds thousands of years, if we all believed in Roland the Closet Goblin and multiple cultures and multiple people, I mean, I would have to consider it.
Andrew, hey Andrew, do you believe in the Christian God, the God of the Bible?
Yeah.
Great. You just said hundreds of thousands of years. You know that most Christians don't believe that that the Earth has been around for hundreds of thousands of years, right? Like, I just want to say, Andrew,
I'm
like,
a little more progressive
everything
than that. I know.
Totally. I can hear that from talking to you. You are so close on so much of this stuff, and that's why it's exciting to talk to you, because you don't disagree with anything that Forrest or I are saying. Like, you don't disagree with most of what we're saying. You're like, I totally get the logic of what you're saying. What you're getting stuck on over and over again is this idea that, like, nothing we're saying definitively disproves the God that you believe in. And what we've tried to say from the beginning too is like, hey, just because God myths and God stories have been around for a long time in human culture doesn't mean that the specific God that you believe in is the correct one. If anything, like, what you should see from that is like, oh, through all of this time that these myths and these stories have been around, there have been thousands of different iterations of this same thing. And you are sort of randomly picking just one of them and going, I'm hedging my bets on this one. I'm all in. I'm going in on this guy. And there's not really any logic to that. There's no reason why the one that you're picking should be any more real than any of the other ones that humans have come up with. I think what's probably more likely about God myths being in humanity is just that, like, humans are intelligent, curious animals who have always wanted to have stories to tell, to explain the mysteries of the universe. And for a long time, before we understood what stars were made of, or what the moon was, or what the orbital patterns of the solar system were, we were curious about this shit. We were curious about, like, why things happened the way that they happened. We were curious about famine. We were curious about weather. We like lightning in the sky. You're just like a primitive tribesman going around hunting, and sometimes the clouds just shoot out these crazy jagged bolts of, like, we didn't know what that stuff was, but we knew how to tell stories. And so we came up with stories to explain stuff. And, like, that's why there's so many different versions of this stuff, and that's why it's had such a foothold in society. But none of this points to your specific version of this story that's been told over and over and over again being a good bet. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, of course. It's like you're looking at it like each one has one claim, and they're all like on the same playing field. And so why one and not the other?
Yeah.
I understand.
Or none
I
of
hear
them.
that. I hear that.
Because that's the thing, man. You're right. All these religions are on the same playing field. Reason and science and atheism are not on the same playing field, because one of them is rooted in, I heard it once, I read it in a book once, I can't think of anything better, I don't want to be tortured, whatever, and the other is rooted in, what do I actually have a good reason for believing? So like they're not equal in terms of like belief and non-belief. All the beliefs are equal, sure.
Yeah. And all the beliefs create legitimate experiences for millions of people. Legitimate, actual, like you can see it in the observable world. So it's not like it's just an abstract idea. That's why I'm saying there's more validity to that than Roland the Closet Goblin, which I do agree with the logic.
Well,
but
here's the thing, man. You said at the beginning, you said a minute ago that like the reason you don't believe in Roland is because like they haven't had like enough people haven't believed it for a long enough time. You're a Christian. You believe in this God that's been around for like what, 2,000 years? Hinduism is way older than that. Why aren't you a Hindu? That's the oldest religion in the world that's still practiced today. Millions of people, billions probably, are Hindu. Why aren't you a Hindu?
Oh, that's obvious. I grew up here.
Right. So
I grew up here in America.
So
if we're
saying
we're gonna American culture.
Like I appreciate your honesty, because that's exactly it. You were born here. If you were born in India, you would be saying the same damn thing about Vishnu and Krishna and Hanuman and all these others. And if you were born in Saudi Arabia, you'd be saying the same thing about Allah and Muhammad. And if you were born somewhere in Mexico a couple thousand years ago, you'd be saying the same things about Quetzalcoatl. So like, why? Why would you admit to the fact the only reason I think this is real is because I grew up with it? I have no logical basis behind it, but I'm going with it. Why is that okay for you?
Because religious experience and belief is so dominant in our species. All these different religions might just be pointing at one deeper reality. All these religions might be wrong in their language, but they might be pointing at something deeper or more transcendent that might actually be true.
Right, but what Austin was just pointing out a minute ago is that we didn't know a lot of stuff. What Austin was just pointing out a second ago is that we didn't know a lot of stuff about the world, and we tried to make sense of it. Religion is our first attempt at understanding the universe, and because it's our first attempt, it's also our worst attempt. So why is it that you're able to accept everybody believed the earth was flat, and then we learned that isn't reasonable and we stopped believing that? Everybody believed that lightning was caused by a man in the sky, Zeus and Thor and whoever, throwing these bolts around. And then we decide, actually, it doesn't make any sense. Everybody believed in wind being a physical spirit that was like being drummed up. Thousands of cultures around the world believed that wind was actually like a spirit that was doing a thing, and a tornado was actually like a monster coming out. And then we were like, actually, no, wait, it actually makes a lot more sense this way. Why is it with this one last thing, which is just, I don't know what, the creation or something, I don't know. Why do you have to tie in this religion when every other time, millions of people believed it for a long, long, long time, and then they stopped? Why can't you do the same thing with religion now?
Because disproving one claim, like religion can be wrong about the age of the earth, because they didn't really have science back then. Okay, so they're wrong about that. But because they're wrong about that, it doesn't mean they're wrong about absolutely everything. They could just be trying to describe something transcendent, and they're getting it wrong because they're trying to use their own language. But the age of the earth doesn't disprove or prove the existence of God. If
So
That's one
let me ask
claim.
you one
And there's
one
many
last
claims
question.
too. Like, yeah.
Let me ask you one last question. And this is serious. It sounds condescending, but I promise it's really not. You talked a lot about like how you're afraid of being tortured and all these things like that, and how just because one thing's wrong doesn't mean the rest of the things are wrong, and fine. Do you care about whether or not what you believe is true? Does that matter to you?
Oh yeah, of course.
So would you use this same kind of thinking that you're giving us right now for literally anything else? You can't prove there isn't an Easter bunny. Lots of people believe in it. You can't prove that dinosaurs didn't live with humans. Just because we can prove that these dinosaurs didn't live with humans doesn't mean that there maybe weren't some other ones that did, and there's just no fossils of them. You can't prove that there isn't Atlantis under the sea. We haven't scoured the whole ocean. You don't know everything. Like, would you ever use the same kind of thinking that you're using today with anything else ever?
Anything else? I can't think of anything that's even remotely like this.
Yeah.
He just gave you several examples.
I would apply the same type of logic. The closest I can come up with is like romance, saying, "Oh, I love you forever." I don't really mean it, but that's not even close.
I think
I know we're gonna
Andrew,
die.
I think I know what you're talking about with just people trying to explain something outside of the physical experience, something that religion as a means of getting at something deeper. And I get it. I totally get it, that like there are aspects of our lives that feel like they exist on planes that we can't observe with microscopes. There are things that are happening chemically in the air, in the astral plane, between people, energy fields that people feel between each other, the process of falling in love, like you just mentioned, romance. There are things going on that people have always gone like, there feels like there's something bigger happening. And there just may be.
Exactly.
There may be aspects of existence and life that we have not found a way to measure yet or to observe yet. They might be happening on in fields and planes that we don't have instruments to see. Like there's most scientific disciplines will acknowledge that like we've discovered, you know, this much of a chessboard that might go in this direction and that direction and over here, and we're just working in what we have found so far. Just so I totally get that people use religion as a means to try to describe that next level of that bigger thing, that bigger picture. But like us not having instrumentation to observe everything in the known universe doesn't mean, you know, isn't ipso facto God exists. That's a massive logical leap to get to that next place, because we could just as easily go, well, since we don't know everything, Roland the Closet Goblin exists. And I know that you're saying, well, millions of people don't believe in Roland the Closet Goblin, but Forrest gave you the example of Hinduism, a much older religion than Christianity. Islam is an older religion than Christianity, and more people are Islamic than are Christian in the world. And I just, like, us not having all the answers to the bigger picture, to all the things that are going on in the universe, doesn't mean, oh, you know what? The God of the Bible is probably true then. That's a massive, entirely other leap of logic that you're making to get there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. No. Logically, scientifically, yeah, it makes sense. It's a huge leap. This is the most complicated like subject I've ever come across. This is 13 years of just unsolvable things. I understand it. I'm making the leap out of safety.
Okay. I said the last one was going to be my last question. I promise this will actually be my last question because we got to move on anyway. But just one last thing, because I do have another call on the line and I want to get to it, and then we got to do super chats and everything. I promise this is the last thing I'm going to ask you, even if I have something else come up. You keep alluding to safety, and it's making me sick, and I can't handle it. We had slavery
here in this country for a long time. We had white people owning black people as farming equipment, beating them, raping them, torturing them, breeding them like animals. Do you think that those slaves should have just behaved and gone along with it because it was safer? Or do you think that like the rebellions and the Underground Railroad and all those things were actually a good thing for them to do?
Wow. The risk was worth it. I'm agreeing with your analogy. I'm not trying to dismiss it. The risk was worth it. It was either death or freedom.
Yeah. So when we talk about this God, probably doesn't exist. But on the off chance that it does, it's fucking evil. And it's going to torture you and do horrible things because it's evil and that's what it wants to do. Is it better to still rally against it and say, I don't care what kind of power you have, I'm not going to allow you to treat me this way. As long as it's in my power, I will be your enemy? Or is it better to just say, hey, you're in charge, man. Whatever you want to do, rape as many kids as you want, because this is the universe you created. So at the end of the day, it's a net positive.
Torture is worse than death. You know, growing up in a household that was emotionally abusive, I had to choose the safest decision, even if I don't like it. I'm hoping that hell is just a toxic idea, you know, and religion just messed that up, but there is a God that is good ultimately. I'm hoping that. I'm just the safest bet, you know, because torture is worse than death.
I get you, man. Listen, I identify with a lot of what you're saying, and I think you're drawing horrible conclusions, but I do appreciate when you call in because at least we can have an honest conversation about it. We're going to move on to the next call, but feel free to call back another time, and we will continue to hash this out.
Andrew, call me back.
Take care,
I appreciate it.
If Andrew, if you can, call me back when you can demonstrate the 0.0001% chance. I'd love to talk about that.
Oh, good point.
He had a problem with that one a lot.
Cool. Thanks, Andrew. Bye.
Right, take care. Bye-bye.
I do want, before you move on first, Austin, how are you on time? Do you have time for another Theist Call plus super chats, or is your time getting okay, good. And then
I'm just sitting in a hotel room.
One thing that might be considered a correction from the last call, just because I think it's important to make sure we hit those sorts of things. The Bible actually says quite a bit about heaven. The whole concept of why people think it doesn't say much is because it's unimpressive. However, actually, according to the traditions and everything about back, they found it quite compelling. So while it does have some vague qualities, things like it's the perfect place, it's the home of God, all of that sort of stuff. Basically, heaven is meant to be a giant, like really big, because everyone can fit there, temple where for eternity, this is true, you sing worship of God. In fact, it's so specific about that. The lyrics that you are singing for eternity are in the Bible. It's hang on, let me find it real quick because it's
that
been a while.
That sounds fucking awful.
Yeah, I know. It's literally like
it's a bad time.
Yeah, it's in Revelations 4, and the words are holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come.
I can't
spelled
wait
with a U for some reason. No, it's not. It's I think the reason why a lot of people think that there's not much in the Bible about heaven is because it's underwhelming and doesn't sound good. So they're like, well, if I designed heaven, it would be such and such. And it deviates so much from what a human would want heaven to be that it's hard to.
That actually sounds like the exact place that the God from the Bible would design. He'd be like, it's going to be great. You're going to come and you're going to be in my choir and you're just going to sing at me for all eternity about how great I am. It's going to be so cool.
You sound like Donald Trump, God. You sound like
no, 100%.
It's gonna be a fantastic time. You're gonna have the best time, and what's gonna happen is everybody's gonna
singing about how great I am.
Everyone's gonna sing to me, and they're gonna love it. People are saying, it'll be a lot of that.
Everyone's gonna wear T-shirts with my face on them, and they're gonna cry every time I speak, and it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great.
It's good. Do you remember that time he said he suggested that God stopped the rain for his speech?
Oh my god.
No.
That happened. That happened, people. Yeah, imagine you die and you get to the other side and the pearly gates open and what's his face is like, come on in, and then it's like up the hill you'll meet God, and you make the walk up there and it's just Donald Trump and it's like, guess what, it's me, motherfuckers. Just
son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's
again, I'm like,
I swear to God,
again, I'm like, I don't want to go in then. I'm like, I want to go to the other place then.
I'm good.
It'd be very similar to
you.
Mormon heaven, only white.
Hard pass.
Yikes. Yeah.
I
was
swear
waiting
to
for you
God,
to
there
start
was a
talking about
church
celestial, telestial, terrestrial kingdoms. Man, you've got you come from the tradition of such expansive heavens, and you went with the boring old biblical one.
I know. Well, I try to keep it in the more traditional vein, but I'm like, most people don't understand that. Yeah, we come from. Yeah. We have very, very detailed descriptions of what our afterlife is like, and
Hitler is in the celestial kingdom with his good friend Anne Frank. It just felt like I should use the Trump impression to say some of Mormon's anti-Semitic beliefs. Because yes, Hitler and Anne Frank will enjoy the celestial kingdom together. Maybe not as buddies, but same kingdom.
Yeah.
Rough. Real fucking rough.
Celestial always, it always seemed decent to me.
Yeah, it's if anything, it's almost like, why is Mormonism so successful? I guess only financially, really, but how is it so successful with so fewer threats? I mean, original Mormonism, high threats. Like, even if you contradicted Joseph Smith, you were going to outer darkness for eternity. But nowadays, Mormonism's like, yeah, well, if you don't get it right, after you die, you're going to go to a hotel we call Spirit Prison. People will visit your room, and then at some point you'll be let out, and everything's good. And you'll go to the whichever heaven you deserve. It's kind of like, God,
it's like really hard. It's really hard to go to outer darkness, and even outer darkness isn't described like hell is in the Bible. It's not like oh, you're going to be like tortured in a pit of fire forever. It's like, no, you're just going to sort of like be wandering in a void forever. And it's
eternal isolation.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's like, I get, it's like, all right, whatever. I feel like any eternal life would lead to insanity at some point, no matter where I am. So so
we can do another one day if you want to come back on for us to just shit talk Mormonism. I'm super down.
Sure.
So we've done it a couple of times with a few different Mormon.
Jimmy's an official representative of the Mormon Temple.
That's true. Of the church. Ooh. I look, here's the thing. Yeah. I am still a member. I'm still on the rolls, despite the fact that I've spoken out against the church. I have laid with men. And I have done basically everything you're not allowed to. And the church is chosen, despite the fact that I've confirmed they're aware of who I am and what I do. They have chosen to not excommunicate me, which the only logical conclusion of that is that they wish for me to represent the church now. And so I actually am the new prophet. Russie Nelson is my cum toy. And yeah, it's all good.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's so fucking wild, dude.
It happens. Anyway,
you guys ready for the last one?
Oh yeah, I'll back off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said we got one more left, and then we can jump into super chats, and then I'll go to bed and whatnot. But we've got Mike, pronouns he, him, and from Washington, wants to talk about the origin of life. Mike, you were on the line. How are you doing?
Yeah. Good. First of all, Muhammad was born 400 to 500 years after Christ, so Islam isn't older than Christianity. And Christianity,
I thought like as a tradition, like as an organized religion, it was a different thing.
No, you guys exaggerate and twist things a lot. But let's go.
That's absolute proof that everything we said in the last call isn't true, Mike.
Oh, you twisted
because
I don't know about that one, man.
We got the timeline of Islam and Christianity wrong. So we're wrong about everything, Mike. Good point. Great point, Mike. Thanks for calling in. Fucking idiot.
Mike, you've literally started the call by poisoning the well. Do you want to start over? Maybe say something like, I'm sorry for being such a cunt, and now I'd like to engage in this as a good faith actor.
Oh, Mr. Scientific,
no. Hey, that wasn't Mr. Scientific. That was me, Mike. The fuck is your problem?
I know.
But also
I
Mike
know.
coming in with the insults right off the bat, and then when we give it back, like, whoa,
How dare you?
Yeah.
Let's have some respect here.
Mike, did somebody poop in your pants?
Yeah.
Do you want to try again, Mike? You want to try engaging in good faith? Do you want to reset?
What's your
Caught with your
question?
pants down, being
wanna
wrong about Islam.
My point was your pedantic point didn't disprove anything that we said in that call. Just being able to be like, you actually got the year date of that wrong, so therefore everything you said is invalid. That's a stupid argument, Mike. That's my point. Is like,
I didn't
way to
say
find
that at
one
all.
thing that we said that
I
was.
just corrected you.
You
on
absolutely
the
did. You
No,
said
I
you guys
didn't.
twist the truth and things like that a lot. You started this call by saying you got something
Start
wrong,
out
but
with
that's
that.
what you
I
do
said,
all the
first of
time.
all, no, you guys stop this running over me. Come on. You guys are afraid of where I'm going to
That is-
go, aren't you?
Terrified. Oh my
Not at
god.
all.
Oh my god. It's so scary.
I talk about
My penis just
abiogenesis for
became
a
an
living,
innie.
bro.
Yeah, go ahead,
It's not
Mike.
for a living. There's
okay.
other things.
Get it, Mike. Go on.
Oh, God.
Go ahead,
man,
Mike.
You guys are pathetic.
Dude, shut up and get to your
Let's
point.
go for it.
Mike,
Shut up
Mike,
and
I'm
get to your
terrified of what you're about to say. Please say it. I'm shaking in my boots, man. Say it.
Let's do it. Let's talk about abiogenesis.
Forrest said a while ago that the chemistry of abiogenesis is mundane, gets proven in glass jars all the time. Miller-Urey experiments never made all 20 amino acids and never made a protein.
The Miller-Urey
Right?
experiment isn't the only experiment we have.
You don't have one. Name one where they made a batch of amino acids that formed a protein.
They made amino acids that formed a protein?
Made a batch of amino acids, all 20 of them. You're going to need 20 of them to make the simplest cell, right?
No, you don't.
Well, how do you know that's not true? The simplest cell has...
Because there are plenty of proteins that don't use all 20 amino acids.
No, there isn't. Well, you have really short ones. You saying that you
Yeah,
don't
they're
need all
called
20 amino
polypeptides.
acids? Yeah, but that's
Mike,
not a... That's
Mike,
not
stop
a protein.
smoking weed and watching Kent Hovind. Hey, what's your expertise in this here, Mike? I just want to know before y'all keep going.
I know how to read.
What are you reading?
All you have to do is look at a diagram. Look at a diagram on Wiki.
So, Mike, just to be clear, before we give you back to the evolutionary biologist, are you an evolutionary biologist? I just want to know.
Absolutely not.
That's what I thought. Okay, just checking. All right, sorry.
Well, evolution ain't true.
Resume there, Force.
So just to be clear, we do have a tremendous amount of experiments where we have made amino acids. They self-assemble all by themselves. We don't have to intervene for them to make themselves. They just do that naturally. We have also found we found these amino acids on asteroids in space.
That's all alive, Forrest.
You said we haven't found amino acids in space?
Yes, you have, but nothing that will combine into a protein.
So really quick, who was up there making the amino acids in space? Or did they make themselves? Anything?
It's chemistry.
Mike, did we lose you?
It's chemistry.
Oh.
No?
Right, it's basic chemistry. They make themselves. We have also shown in labs. So it's chemistry, but it's not self-assembly?
No, it isn't self-assembly. You haven't shown the chemistry. You guys got to push the chemistry to make a few like what Miller-Urey. They limited the source of their materials to 3 compounds and 1 element, but provided only carbon.
And once again, Urey-Miller experiment isn't the only time this was done. The Urey-Miller experiment was 80 years ago, almost 80 years ago.
No, it isn't. No, it's been run up to October of 2020. There's many hundreds of variations and done by many other people, and they never made a batch.
That's what I'm saying. The original one that you keep referring to was a long time ago, and we're talking about the difference of like 70 years here. And we've seen proteins self-assemble. We've seen that they elongate into polypeptide chains. Where do they come from on asteroids? Where do they come from on asteroids? How do they get there?
It's just chemistry, but there's 300 different amino acids, right?
What did you just mean? No, we're not getting past that. When you said it's just chemistry, how do you mean that? If they didn't assemble by themselves, how did chemistry make them?
Chemistry can't explain the order that they're assembled in.
Yes, it very well can. The question is, where did they come from? Where did they come from? They're in space.
How did they assemble?
We didn't put them there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking you.
Amino acids scattered through space. So yeah, amino acids scattered in space on a meteorite. They never mention the amino acids that are assembled in the proteins. Aren't they 100% left-handed molecules?
Yeah, we'll get there in a minute. I'm not getting past this point. You are going to answer this question. If they can't self-assemble, how did they end up on asteroids? How did they end up on asteroids if they can't self-assemble?
Well, they didn't assemble as. They're just individual amino acids on a meteorite.
Where did they come from? Where did the amino acids come from?
From chemistry. There's 98 chemical elements. They're made of, and those elements are.
First of all, there's 116. There's 118 elements. There's 118 elements. First of all, not 90 whatever.
Stop it! Stop right now! Stop!
Oh, yeah, Mike gets to decide when people stop on the show there, though. So, because Mike's in charge, he gets to make the directions. Everybody stop. Stop talking. Why are you talking about that? Hey, if I did a Kent Hovind impression, would that get you all stirred up?
Mike, I'm just wondering when you're going to... Mike, I'm just wondering when you're going to get to the part of the question where we're supposed to be afraid. You said we were scared of where you were going, and I'm just like...
Well, you're not allowing me to. You're laughing. You're running over me. You are afraid. That's
because you won't answer a question.
So much time.
I did answer the question.
If you ask me how something evolved and I said, it's biology, would you take that as an answer?
No. What?
If you ask me how humans evolved, and I just said, it's biology, would you accept that as an answer?
I said, where did the gene come from? With the information,
right? That's not a good enough answer, right? So when I ask you where did amino acids come from, if I ask you where did the amino acids in space come from, if you say it's chemistry, that's not a good enough answer. Something made them, or they made themselves, right? And you keep saying they didn't make themselves. So I'm asking you, how did the amino acids get in space? Where did they come from? It's chemistry is not an answer. Also, there are 118 elements.
Well,
just throwing that out there.
Huh? Hold it.
They self-assembled.
There is not 118 naturally occurring elements. From 98 on,
I didn't say
118 are created in a lab.
I didn't say anything about naturally occurring. You just said 98. I just pointed out that there are 118 on the periodic table at this moment.
Yeah, but from 98 on to 118, it doesn't make any difference because they're created in a lab. So why would you talk about anything when ain't the naturally occurring elements to become life?
It's not worth it to get into that because fine. Not 9. Yeah, here's the thing. You're fine.
Oh, you lost that.
No, I'm not losing anything. I'm saying it's not worth it to get into it because at the end of the day, 98% of every single living cell is carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, phosphorus, and sulfur. Those 6 elements make up 98% of all life. You're right. It's not worth it to get into the other things. So we'll just let that go. But what I'm trying to drive at here is that you have what?
You can't make them do what you claim a warm little pond or whatever did. You can't even make them do what you claim.
Make who do? Elements?
Make the elements. Make those 6 elements. Miller-Urey separated, sequestered 4 of them, and then they even made a mistake there.
Why are we talking about making elements now?
We're not
making elements.
We're making elements form amino acids. You can't make them form all 20 amino acids. Well, 12. Look at, they made 12. The last sample set in sample bottles for 50 years, and was there a single peptide in that when they analyzed it? No. So there was 12
experiment, but
12 of the
not
20.
in that experiment. However, we have actually seen amino acids elongate into polypeptide chains on the surface of microdroplets of water in a lab. Yes, they can self-chain that way, but that's not what we're talking about yet. We haven't gotten that far. Like we're still at the very basis of where the amino acids come from, and you still haven't answered that question. And you keep saying you have, but you really haven't.
You can't make them do what you're claiming. You can't make them do what you claim. You can't get past 12 to a protein.
Again, yes, we can, but that's not the point yet. We'll get there. I promise you, we can argue that in a minute, but we haven't gotten that far yet.
You already conceded that you can. You already said you can.
What?
He literally did.
When did I say that?
And you're denying the creator.
That.
You know that there's 100 people watching that have been here the whole time that know that I haven't done that, right? Like, we haven't gotten to that part. First, we need to talk about where amino acids come from, then how they elongate into polypeptide chains, then how it starts. We are on step 1, where we haven't gotten past the fact that amino acids self-assemble. You talked about the Urey-Miller experiment, which, again, can't stress this enough, is not the only one that we've done. But even in that one, we showed that these simple, rudimentary, inorganic compounds formed amino acids all by themselves. You say they forced it. Fine, whatever. No. They didn't, but we'll let it go. At the end of the day, we still find them in space where there aren't scientists manipulating anything. So where did the amino acids come from in space? How did those get there if they can't self-assemble?
Hold on, I have a guess of the answer. I know what Mike's about to say, and I'm going to write it down on a piece of paper, and then I don't have a pen. I was going to write down the word chemistry because that's what you were about to say, wasn't it, Mike?
Well, no, not really.
Well, okay.
What is the answer then?
You keep using the term self-assembly. What are you talking about?
Answer the question, you bitch!
Self-assembling?
What the fuck, Mike? Answer the goddamn question. You're not the host of the fucking show. Fuck!
I am obviously talking about them forming by themselves through natural processes without the need for either human or divine intervention. So as of right now, we have found like 52 different amino acids on fucking meteorites. We found like 33 of the amino acids that we found have been positively identified. We haven't gotten to chirality yet. Mike, we haven't gotten to chirality yet. We're talking just about them assembling in the first place. We will get to chirality in a minute. We will get to chirality in a second.
On meteorites.
Yes. We found over 30. We have found over 30 amino acids that have been confirmed to be found on fucking carbonaceous chondrites, which we know played a huge part in planetary formation.
20 of them relative? Was 20 of them relative to what is used found
relative
in proteins on Earth? The 20.
Dude,
those 30 was 20 of them.
Yes. We have found all of the ingredients of life on Earth in space. We have found all of them. Now we're just talking about amino acids right now. So just the amino acids, I'm going to ask you for the bazillionth time, if you say they can't self-assemble, how did they get there?
How did they get there? It's chemistry.
Yes. God damn it.
Now hold it here, though.
Yes.
Yeah, but hold it here. Wait a minute. Come on, don't laugh. That's rude.
Do you smell pennies right now?
And evolution is just biology, Mike. It's just biology, so you got to believe it.
How many identified amino acids are there? How many types?
Mike, I need you to understand two things.
How many
Number
types?
one, I need you to understand two very critical things. Number one is that you are not a host on this show. You called into our show to make a weird claim, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it, but you're going to do it our way or you're not going to do it at all. And number two is that you keep moving the frame of what we're talking about 10 steps ahead. We're just on the very first part of it. The amino acids have to form. They all have to be homochiral. Then they have to elongate into polypeptides. Then proteins have to be folded. Then life have to start. It's a step-by-step process. We are on step 1. And you keep asking about step 3 and step 5 and step 4. No, we are going to stay on step 1. And if you do not answer the question, the call will stay right here and it will never move forward. Its chemistry isn't an answer.
That's where your deal starts falling apart. Yeah, you want to control the subject.
It really super doesn't, because I have explained and debated every single step of this. I have a friend who is an astrobiologist and a fellow at NASA who works on this for a living, and we talk about this shit. I've read the NASA astrobiology primer about the shit. I can talk about it all fucking day. You haven't gotten past step 1 in terms of having a reasonable, articulate conversation. We are not moving past it. That's where the conversation stops if you can't answer the question, dude.
You don't have anything past number 1. You don't have
nothing. You haven't that far. Hey, we can talk. I've given lectures on it. What do you want to talk about? We'll get there if you can answer this one
your lectures
question.
Are wrong. You're biased.
Oh my
God. Mike,
you don't know what they are, man.
Mike, how old do you think the world is? I just want to know.
Less than 10,000 years.
Oh my God! I knew it.
Hey, Mike,
how do you know how old the Earth is? How do you know how old the Earth is? It's an assumption.
Mike, really quick. Before we ask another question that takes us to another territory, have you ever heard the analogy?
I want to talk about Mr. Biologist.
Hold on, Mike.
You're gonna
remember
Mike's in charge. I didn't know.
Mike, have you ever heard the analogy about playing chess with a pigeon and how you shouldn't do it because the pigeon will walk around the board and knock us off and take a shit on the board and then still strut around like it won? That's what's happening right now. It's like Forrest is like really trying to engage with the question that you asked, and you just keep like strutting around going like, you can't answer the question. You can't answer the question. And Forrest is like, I'm trying to answer your question.
Oh, I know.
Mike.
Oh, I know Mike, you are, but what am I though?
No, that's what you're doing.
Oh man,
I know you are, but what am I?
It's you. That's the argument now.
No, that's you. No,
it isn't.
That's Forrest.
You.
Hey, Mike,
Forrest has been trying to walk step by step through the answer to your question.
No, he isn't.
And as
he's shitting on the path I'm taking. That's what he's doing. He's just throwing shit against the wall.
Yeah, because I'm not going to let you read your script, dude.
Yeah.
And he's
like, that's a
script. What a liar. Yeah, you assume things. That's what makes you a naturalist, is you assume life has a natural origin, and you can't prove it.
Mike, do you believe that Vesper theory is real?
I don't know anything about Vesper theory.
I bet.
Cool.
All I know is that you cannot make a batch of
what about the octet duet rule?
Protein.
What about the octet duet rule?
I mean, let's move to chirality.
Oh, hey, don't expose me as not competent to engage in this conversation. What are you doing? I got things to Google afterwards. I'm going to Google octet rule. I'm going to Google. Jimmy wants me to Google something called pedantic cunt. I don't know what that even means, you guys. I've got to do all this research afterwards.
I don't need to go there.
Oh no!
I need to go cookie.
Now. Ooh, is that from Crumble? Are you having Crumble on here? Oh my God, Mike, keep talking while I watch him eat this cookie.
Oh my God,
that's pretty good.
So let me ask you another question. You keep jumping over to that they all have to be left-handed and all that stuff. That's stereochemistry that you're talking about. So if we have a chiral molecule, like most amino acids, a couple of them you don't have to worry about chirality, but whatever. You know that there's a few different ways that you can resolve a racemic mixture and make it an enantiopure, right?
There you go. You use the word make it.
He doesn't know that. What do you mean? Does he know that?
What do you mean make it?
Yeah, you said you can make it. You can make it. You know, you have different ways to make it chiral. The only thing, the natural way to make
it's already chiral. I didn't make
molecules-
it chiral. It already is chiral. I'm saying you make it enantiopure.
Yeah, to make it enantiopure, same thing. It's not something that would occur into a what?
What are you saying? Same thing. What are you talking about?
Just say the Uri Miller deal. They made 12. They made 23, right? 23.
I gotta get back to the Uri Miller thing. Hey, can I guess your top two Google searches? Is number one Kent Hovind and number two is Beefy Gilfs?
Jesus Christ, get it together, Jimmy.
Everything I'm talking about is easily available on Miller Uri. I'm not appealing to anything other than your own own evidence.
Mike, I cannot stress this enough. The Murray Miller experiment was in the 1950s. It's not the only experiment where we've made amino acids. It's not the only time we've proven that they self-assemble.
It's been run many times. The last one was run in October of 2020. They thought that there's some chemical in the glassware that they use. You don't know that? It's been run many times, 100
Yeah,
different
it's still not the only one.
And never
variations of that one experiment.
Name one where they made a batch. Name the evidence. Name the documentation
in order to do
where
that,
they made it.
Mike, in order to do that, you need to allow Forrest to go through step by step from step one. So he's saying, how do amino acids come to be in space? That's, you gotta be able to go through the process in order to get there.
Because Mike,
and if you can't do that,
No, I'm just saying, like, you and I, like, Mike, let's not bullshit each other here. Like, you and I both fucking know. You like, honestly, just be real with me. You and I both know that if I were to pull up a paper right now and say, here is a scientific experiment in which they put these elements, these chemicals, whatever, into a jar, and ipso, just magical, out of fucking nowhere, it made every amino acid we've ever even heard of, and then it turned into a protein, and then a fucking lizard crawled out of it. And it was just like that. It all happened exactly what you keep asking for, which doesn't make any goddamn sense. If I were to show you that paper, you and I both know that the next thing you would say is, well, yeah, because the scientists manipulated it. And see, there had to be someone behind the controls, and that proves that the God... It's bullshit. That's why I'm not engaging with you talking about the Uri Miller experiment, because number one, it isn't the only one. And no matter which one I give you, because there have been a bunch, you're just going to say, like you just did a second ago when I talked about making an enantiomer compound, you're going to say, yeah, somebody had to make it. We know you're going to do that. So I'm talking instead about space, where we both agree that scientists aren't up there doing chemistry right now. We've found like dozens of amino asteroids in space. Nobody made them up there.
Amino asteroids? Asteroid was made out of amino acids?
Pardon me for misspeaking. Amino acids. We found dozens of amino acids in space where there isn't anybody pulling the strings. How did those get there if they cannot assemble by themselves? Its chemistry is not an answer. And I swear by your God, if you just say it's chemistry, I'm going to end the call. How did the amino acids form in space without a scientist making them?
What's the answer you want?
The honest
just
truth.
Say I don't know.
Which is that
what's the correct answer?
Just say I don't know, Mike. That's okay.
The same way that all the asteroids formed. The asteroids formed in space by themselves through the process of gravity, right? Nobody was up there squeezing rocks together making asteroids, right? So these chemicals self-assembled. They formed by themselves from simple building blocks through basic chemical laws. They self-assembled. Right?
They aren't simple.
That's not what I'm asking.
Are you saying they're
did
simple?
they or did they not? Did they or did they not form by themselves? Did they or did they not form by themselves?
Yeah, how many? Which ones?
I'm asking
He's
you.
not
Yeah,
listening.
Did they?
He's not listening to you.
Yeah, they did. They did.
They form by themselves. Great. Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. 26 minutes in. Yes, they form by themselves. We've also found all 5 nucleotides. Nope, we're still here. We're still on step 1. We just did step 1A. We got step 1B next. All 5 nucleotides we have also found on asteroids in space. How did they get there?
Are you going to skip past chirality?
Nope, we're going to get there, I promise you, if we stay on the line long enough. We're talking about all the other things. All 5 nucleotides, we found them in space. Did they self-assemble?
Why would you stick to proteins? Why go to...
Because we haven't gotten that far yet.
There is no way to get him to engage long enough for what he has a script. He watches Kent Hovind. Yep. He repeats what Kent Hovind says. He doesn't understand anything beyond Kent Hovind. I can hear your boner when I do my impression of him. Shut the fuck up, Mike. This call is pointless. He won't engage. Honestly, that's true. I am a rude jerk.
You're an ass.
That's true. I don't deny that. Listen, buddy. I don't give a fuck whether you think I'm rude, because one thing I think is rude is somebody having the audacity to show up and think I'm calling into a show I've put no effort to build the audience for. I put no effort. All I am doing is calling into the show, and they're just gonna let me run it. However the fuck. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I'm not done talking, you little bitch.
Oh, you're silly.
You're gonna call into our channel and pretend that, dude. Hey, check this out, buddy. I can just mute you. Look at all the power I have and all the power you don't have, you little bitch, Mike. Because here's the thing: this isn't your fucking show. This is our show. This is my channel. I eat fucking little bitches like you for breakfast, and I don't let you just come in here and run this shit however you want. If you want to listen to how step 1 runs through, and I promise Forrest will do 80 steps with you if it takes that many steps, because Forrest has no sense of how long a call should go. I love the guy. He'll do the whole fucking thing with you. But if only if you engage honestly. So we're going to give you one more chance for you to stop being a pedantic little bitch and try. Otherwise, we're going to move the fuck on. You're unmuted.
So once again, Mike, we haven't gotten to chirality yet. Happy to answer questions about chirality, but we are not that far. The first thing we need to understand is that the basic building blocks of the 4 major macromolecules of life all self-assemble. Then we'll get to their polymerization and their formation.
That's a lie.
Again,
that's a lie. Don't fight lies.
Then we're gonna go through them. You already admitted that amino acids self-assemble. So now we're going to move on to nucleotides. We found all 5 nucleotides necessary for DNA and RNA, again, in space.
No,
did they self-assemble or not?
Nucleotides.
For DNA and RNA. For DNA and RNA, there's 5. Because there's a different, remember thymine gets switched out for uracil? Remember that? So there's 5. So we found all of them in space.
But it's not essential.
Yes, it very much is. Are you kidding me? Absolutely it is. You don't think uracil is whatever? It doesn't matter. The point is, uracil is used for RNA, thymine is used for DNA. So we've got adenine, thymine, guanine, cytosine, and uracil. All in space.
Yeah, AGT.
Where did they come from? Right. And you.
You haven't
we found all of them.
That's another lie. That's another lie.
They've literally been found on meteorites that have hit the Earth. We found them on asteroids. We found them the same. We found the amino acids in jets. And amino. I'm telling you, all of the building blocks. There are 4 different major macromolecules. There are 4 major macromolecules.
They found.
You're getting to another thing. Lipids are a different macromolecule. We're now on nucleic acids. We did amino acids. Now we're doing nucleic acids. Then we'll do carbohydrates. Then we'll do lipids. Those are the 4 major macromolecules. Surely you remember that from your extensive studies into biology. So when we went through the first one was just amino acids. Now we're doing nucleotides. Really quick, I'm just going to do a quick Google search. Have we found nucleotides on meteorites? And here is the top of thing. There's a thing from New Scientist here talking about we found these two purines in the 1960s. We just discovered the last one like a few months ago. We found, I think it was uracil that we just found a few months ago. So right here, top search result in Google. Yeah, we found nucleotides on fucking meteorites. We found all 5 of them now. So again, these are things in space forming by themselves, right?
I don't trust you. I'm looking.
Go for it. Double check.
Oh, fuck that. We're not going to wait for him to Google everything you fucking say. This guy is not an honest interlocutor. Like, fucking Christ.
This is great. This was a lot of fun, though.
You guys aren't honest.
Oh, we're not. Okay.
You're
and the
honest.
Bears. I give a fuck, man. Fuck off, Mike. Forrest, why don't you just run through the whole process? Okay, you know I can just mute
really
you
quick.
again, right? Look, all your power gone once again, Mike. Your power to interrupt. Why don't you go through your entire thing for us, and then if he sticks around, you can unmute him at the end, because fuck this guy.
So, here's the thing. Let me just double check one more thing just to make sure. Yup. So, the 4 major macromolecules, the 4 things that make life, are proteins, carbohydrates, nucleic acids, and fatty and lipids. Lipids are made of fatty acids. Nucleic acids are made of nucleotides. Proteins are made of amino acids. I slapped the shit out of my microphone. And carbohydrates are made of simple sugar, right? We've made simple sugars make carbohydrates. We have found all of those things in space. We found all of the building blocks of all of the major macromolecules in space. I think they just found fucking fatty acids on Mars recently, if I remember correctly. So either there was a scientist up there manipulating the data, or they can form by themselves. When it comes to talking about homochirality, and because what we're talking about here, when you have a chiral molecule, you have a central carbon with 4 different things coming off of the 4 bonding sites. Not all amino acids are chiral, but of the majority of them that are, as we know in life, they all have to be enantiopure. They have to be the same. I think it's left-handed, if I remember correctly off the top of my head. It's been a minute. And that's really important. They have to be shaped in the right way. Those 4 different things come out the central atom have to be in the same order in order for them to all work the same way. There are a lot of different ways that you can make that happen, like a lot. And we don't have a consistent abiotic mechanism to do that, meaning we don't have a way that we consistently can find to do that in a lab. But we do find it that way a lot of the times in space, and when the shit is made naturally. So there is an abiotic mechanism. We haven't isolated it yet. There's also then we have forming a polypeptide when these amino acids chain together through dehydration synthesis. That's how proteins are made. We have seen that happen naturally all by itself in a lab. That is something that can happen by itself. Proteins folding to do the things that they do, that can happen by itself. You talk about every other fucking major macromolecule, it's the same exact story. They form by themselves. The basic building blocks form by themselves. They chain together by themselves. They do the things they're supposed to do in life by themselves. So what Mike is desperately trying to get me to say is that we don't have an abiotic mechanism to regularly make homochiral amino acids. And then he's going to say, see, you don't know how this thing works. You're lying. You don't know anything. But here's the thing. We have step 1. We have step 2. We have step 3. We're missing a half of step 4. And then we have step 5, step 6, step 7, step 8, and step 9. And he is clinging on to this little half of step 4 and saying, this, see, you don't know shit. This is where God lives. When if you had asked him the same question 50 years ago, we wouldn't have had step 7 or step 3 or step 2 or step 8 either. We just had like 1 and 6 and 10. And all of those were all where God lives. So this is an ever-receding little pocket of ignorance that Mike is desperately trying to force God into. And I wonder what he's going to say in 10 or 20 years when we find that little step of step 4, that little piece. And then there's no more room for God in this. And then, because we have this perfect system, he's going to say, clearly, it's all so sequential and so perfect. That means God did all of it. Instead of you don't know how it happened, so that means God did all of it. It's bullshit, and you can see it from 1.5 miles away. We have every fucking part of this, and the little tiny bit that we're just still learning isn't a good enough reason to say That's why I know there's this divine super being outside of the confines of space and time that cares about who I sleep with and monitors my dreams. It's not how fucking thinking works, Mike. And if you can't have an honest conversation about the data, then I don't need to fucking waste my time with you. Google fucking 4 major macromolecules of life and what they're made of, and Google, have we found fill in the blank in space? And the answer's gonna be yes. And then you sit here and struggle with why did God start making life on this asteroid and then just give up halfway and decide, no, fuck it, I'm gonna make dinosaurs on Earth and then kill them all because I got bored. Who knows? God damn, man. It's a monumental waste of time.
He's not, when step 4A gets answered, he's going to go, well, you weren't there. All right, do you want me to unmute him?
You don't know.
Should we unleash him for rebuttal? On. All right, here you go, Mike.
Sure,
You're unmuted
Mike, I've talked
now.
for a long time. It's only fair you get to say a thing. So what do you have to say?
I don't care about fair.
Yeah, what's that? You don't care about fair?
Fuck no, I don't. But go ahead, give your rebuttal.
Yeah. So what's the point? Is any of those? Did you find a protein on any of those meteorites?
Did you miss the part where I just said that we found the building blocks and we've seen them chained together and we know what they do when they're already chained together? Did you miss that?
You didn't find them chained together on a meteorite, though, did you?
No, we didn't, because the necessary parts to make them chain together didn't happen on the meteorite. They happened in the lab where we tested that, and also on early Earth.
Would that happen outside the lab if you hadn't fiddled around with them?
Mike clearly didn't listen to the things you said. Yes. Are we going to acknowledge that Mike didn't listen to you?
Mike, what's funny is you're doing exactly what Forrest just said, which is you're finding the one spot where you can be like, but do you have it here?
No, I'm not.
You got it in all these.
No,
you're doing it. You're doing exactly what he just said, where you're just finding the one little area where you can go. Well, you haven't shown me it there yet.
And even if someone were to show it to you there, it's not a little area.
Oh, and how come a monkey never gave birth to a cat though? Okay, when's the monkey going to give birth to that cat? Okay, you weren't there though, because you never saw it. There's only 7 kinds of animals though. Oh, there's only 7 kinds. The Ark was more like a speedboat.
It's a big hole.
And Mike, if you're on a jury, really quick, if you're on a jury for like a murder trial, and they say, hey, we have this guy's footprints in the snow. We have a photo of him going into the house before the guy was murdered and out of the house after the guy was murdered. We have a voice recording of him saying he wants to murder this guy. We have his fingerprints on the murder weapon. Do you think it's reasonable to say, yeah, but I never watched him murder him, so I don't think it happened? Does that make any sense?
Well, that's not what we're talking about.
That is what we're talking about.
I don't understand abstract concepts, though, so that's the problem.
It's an analogy, Mike. If you're on a jury for a murder trial, is it good enough to just say, hey, all of this evidence builds up to this guy murdered him, or does it make sense to say, because I never watched him murder this man, I can't say it actually happened? Which one's more reasonable?
I wouldn't hang him for that amount of circumstantial evidence.
But can you say it probably happened, or does it make more sense?
Enough? That's not enough. Yeah.
Fingerprints on the murder weapon. Oh my god.
So just can you just for like 1 second, dude? Like honest, like really, can we just be humans for 1 second? Because I swear to God, dude, we've been going for almost 40 minutes now. Almost 40 minutes.
Bad.
Can we just be human beings for 1 fucking second? And just honestly, can you just say
tell your
that
friend
in whether we're talking about a murder trial or anything, evidence matters, right? Like, just seriously, don't try to poke a hole in this.
Yeah.
If you're on a jury for a murder trial and you have the evidence that somebody committed a murder, you don't actually have to watch it happen.
Pointless. That's pointless.
Like, can you just be fucking real for 1 second? Can you just be real for 1 second? You don't have to watch the murder. You don't have to watch the murder. You just need evidence, right?
Yeah.
Right? So we don't have to watch the protein on the asteroid do all the thing. We just have to know that each of the different steps work. And then we can kind of just say, hey, I know each of the steps work. So given the fact that life started on Earth, I don't care that you don't agree with this. Just follow me here, okay? Given the fact that life started almost pretty quickly after the end of the Hadean period, like the Earth cooled and stabilized.
And how do you know
and then
that?
life started.
How do you know that?
I don't care that we're going to get there. Just hear me, okay? Please, Jesus Christ, just hear me. We know that right after the Earth cooled and stabilized, within less than 1 million fucking years, or I should say less than 500 million. We'll give it a big fucking gap, right? Within 500 million years, we see life. That's so quick. So quick. So clearly, if we have all of the pieces of life self-assembling, and we see that they do the things that they do in life all by themselves, and we see that life started like almost immediately after it was possible, then doesn't it track to just say, this is probably how it happened, and I don't need to say I didn't see it. Just like with the murder, if we have all these evidence, I don't have to say I need to see him murder the guy. I can just say, here's all the things, and they all fit together, and they all make sense. That's probably what happened. Does that not follow?
Now, can I say something?
Yeah, I'm asking you a question.
Yes.
Listening.
So
You
now,
weren't listening to anything I said, were you?
Yeah, I was.
Cool. Oh,
Yeah, I was.
cool.
All right.
Yeah. Now, you want to listen to just one little short little thing here? Let me talk about assembly. So you're saying...
I'm going to interrupt you if you get anything wrong, just so you understand.
Okay, go right ahead. Hey, there's 16.8 billion amino acids, only 20 of 300 kinds in their 100% left-handed forms in the simplest cell, right?
Hold on. I'm just going to
Do
check
you want
something.
to just send the
really
document
quick.
you're reading off of? It might be quicker.
No, it's a post that I made today on another atheist channel.
Right. So whatever you
Right.
copy and pasted it from would be fine.
Yeah. Just
What would it make a
whatever.
difference? If a dictionary was copied, does it make the information any different?
No, I'm
Why do
teasing
you
you
guys use that
that.
copy
Hey,
and paste
dipshit!
it?
I'm
Is it
teasing
something
you that
bad?
you're
Is
reading a
that something
script.
bad?
Hey, dipshit! I'm teasing you that you're reading a
It's not
script.
a script.
Yeah,
No, I just pulled it up.
this
It's
whole
my
thing's
own
been a
post. I
garbage
wrote it.
script. You're not very good at it.
Just
but
say
it's
what
been
you're
a
going to say.
script.
You guys are
Just
what
say
a
what you're
liar.
look.
You
Look,
guys are something
fucking
else.
look,
Answer
dude,
the
Mike.
question,
Jimmy's
boy.
already irritable. Austin looked like he's about to hang himself, and I am running low on caffeine. So just say what you're going to say. Don't like. We'll go through it quickly.
This what? You remember what I said? There's six. You take a warm little pond or whatever, managed to form 16.8 billion, and assembled 20 of 300 kinds in their 100% left-handed forms into the 42 million proteins in the simplest cell, and 473 genes just coincidentally popped up with the instructions for the replication. You just think?
Nope. I
Chemistry
think a
describes
dude
that.
did it. I think a dude in a dress on a space throne did it. That's what I think, Mike. I don't think a pond did it. I think some dude with a beard sitting on a space throne flying through space did it. I think that's a lot smarter, Mike. I'm with you, dog. I actually think that it was a guy. I think it was just some guy.
Do
He
you
just
know
was kind of
Josh
bored one day, and he
Feuerstein,
just
Mike?
wanted to just make some shit out of nothing because he was a space wizard. I think that's what did it, Mike. You fucking idiot, Mike. God, what a stupid question. God, after all this time.
You sure are making the
God.
case for
This
yourself.
is the first time we've had someone on
Oh
who I
my
feel like
God.
can match my energy. This is the best.
Just,
guys are
but like, how
projecting.
stupid, Mike? But like, Mike, how stupid of a question? Will you mute him for a second so I can say
Yes,
this?
sure,
How
sure.
stupid of
Yeah,
a question,
yeah.
Mike? How stupid of a question that it's like, do you really think that all of those things could form in a pond? And your answer to it that's more reasonable is like, it was actually some guy. It was just like this magic guy that did it. Like, what the fuck,
10,000 years
Like-
ago.
like just hundreds, like millions of scientists over the last like several hundred years studying this stuff, gathering the evidence, putting together the puzzle and being like, oh, we know how it worked. We know how it happened. We're getting more and more pieces of the puzzle. And it's a really, really complex map that they're putting together. And you're like, you really think it happened like that? Or do you think it was the magic guy in the dress in space? Because I think it was the magic guy in space. Like, that's your question, Mike, is you're like, you really think it could have happened like that? And then your actual answer is like, it was a space guy. It was a guy with a beard.
Like space coaster.
Like, dude, like that's so wild, dude. That's so wild.
Are you ready for the unmute?
It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because, like, Mike, go and unmute him. I don't care. Mike, okay. You just said your whole thing. Half your fucking numbers were wrong. And also, no, that's not what fucking anybody's saying. That's what your creationist fucking talking heads are saying. And you very clearly, over the course of this almost an hour-long conversation, clearly all you have demonstrated is that you've never once talked to anybody who doesn't already agree with you.
You're lying, Forrest.
Hey, Mike, please. Please, Mike, shut up. Hang on. Mike.
I wrote this
down. What shape is the Earth?
I wrote this down.
You're lying or chemistry.
Hey, Mike, what shape's the Earth? Please don't get this wrong. What shape's the Earth, Mike?
It's round.
Oh, thank Christ.
Sphere.
Thank Christ. Thank your non-existent Christ.
I'm just saying.
Hey, wait. But how long ago was the universe made?
Oh, we already answered that question.
No, I said the world earlier.
Make a single protein?
No, hey, shut the fuck up. You answer my questions. This is my show, not yours. Hey, when was asked the world earlier, not the universe. How long ago was the universe formed? Like stars and shit.
Oh, it's about 10,000 years.
Hey, what's up with all those stars that are more than 10,000 light years away?
How are we able to see them?
What about all that missing matter? 95% of the matter and energy that is described in the universe. The sun has 99% of the mass of the solar system and only 2% of its angular momentum.
Mike, answer my goddamn question. Nobody gives a fuck. Okay, hang on. I actually can quickly mute you too. I've got a button where I can do it so much faster than these two. Mike, how do we see stars older than the universe distance away, more than 10,000 light years away? Okay, you're unmuted now.
The light was stretched.
The light was stretched?
Cool.
Yeah, now can you answer me?
Why the fuck would he stretch the light? What the fuck?
Why? I'm going to make the universe look old as fuck. So that way when people think it's old as fuck, I can send them to hell. Brilliant. Yes, that's the greatest dude.
By the way, gravity... Gravity lenses do exist. Gravity lenses do exist, so stretching through gravity. They don't change the speed of light. They don't have it faster than the speed of light. So what the fuck do you even mean it was stretched?
How do you know?
Oh, you weren't there, though, bud. You weren't there.
95% of the matter and energy. Where's the energy and matter described naturally?
How do I know?
Do you think, really quick, Mike,
you guys are lacking.
Mike, do you think that if I prove the speed of light and shit in a laboratory, that the same speed of light applies in other places in the universe, or that it's unique to the laboratory?
Well, it's the speed of light, the speed of light. There is some,
and it doesn't stretch, right? It doesn't stretch, right? Well, light can bend.
It could be. It could be. As far as the creator goes, it could be. In travel more already here. Stretched away.
Right, but I'm asking you.
Away the light.
I have actually demonstrated the speed of light in a laboratory multiple times, sometimes in front of an audience, to teach them that the speed of light is real. So do you think that the light physics in that laboratory are different than what they are in other parts of the universe?
No.
So then how are we going to say that the light was stretched and just magically just frozen there in space, ready to come to Earth when we look at it?
Well, how do you explain
Say,
the
Mike,
missing
my
matter
questions.
and energy?
You answer questions with answers, not questions. So starting a
I did
response
answer-
with how
I
do
answered
you?
his
Oh,
question.
how do
I
you
said,
say
yes,
though?
you got
Here's what we're
stretched.
gonna do, Mike, because this call is almost an hour. I'm gonna give you one last question, but you're not gonna answer it. What you're gonna do is you're gonna internalize it. You're gonna think about it, and then you're gonna call back another day with an answer to this question. All right, Mike? This is the
No,
only
you're
way
an
we can
ass.
possibly
I'd never-
continue.
I'd
I
never
don't give a
talk
fuck
to
what
you
you think.
again.
I already muted you. All right, here's the question when you call back. Is Jesus taking so long to come back because he's been over seduced by his handholds? All right, we'll talk to you about that next time.
Oh, man. That could have either gone on all night or I could have shot myself after one more fucking question. And it was hard to tell which one was which.
Okay, but how do you though? Okay, how do you?
How do you
I was sitting
know?
there.
You're lying.
Yeah, you're lying, bud. I'm so sad he
You're
never
lying,
said bud.
Forrest.
It's chemistry. Don't you know?
It's chemistry.
Chemistry.
That's how we know that chemistry doesn't real. Chemistry's not
it's,
real because it's chemistry.
It's chemistry, okay? So what'd you do? Do you hear it? You can hear Mike's boner reemerging.
It's just so funny to me that the reason why he has such a beef with the scientific explanation for the nature of the universe is just like because the reason why he's like, oh, how preposterous. It's like the people who go like, oh, you're talking about making a Ferrari out of a tornado, just like it's preposterous. And it's like, and your explanation isn't.
Yeah.
And your explanation is somehow not preposterous.
That was the funniest shit. That fucking killed me. When you're like, no, I think it was a guy. Oh my God. Fucking destroyed me, dude. So fucking good.
One of my favorite things to say about God is that it's just like some dude. Like the way that people talk about it, I'm like, it's just like a guy. I'm like, it's like, that's what, like, when you boil it down, it's like, it's just some guy. And he's like really powerful. And he's like he's got like a lot of, he can do magic and stuff, but like, it's just some dude. And I'm like, that's so wild. It's just some guy.
Yeah.
I don't know why I so badly want to hit an improv stage with Austin. Forrest, this is not a criticism. In fact, it's genuinely part of why I like you so much. And I'm not kidding. Earlier today, I can show you. I actually messaged somebody. Forrest is probably my favorite male friend. So I just want to preface all of that. There's something about you that 25 minutes into that call, you thought there was still a chance it would have value. that call, that there was still hope for that call.
You know what?
That
honestly,
it
is me. It's very me. The thing is, I want so badly. Like I don't think for 1 second that I was going to change Mike's mind. I don't think for 1 second that Mike is going to be like, oh no, you're actually right. Maybe there is something to this. I live for that moment. If I can just drill on the one single question hard enough, where he finally said, yeah, okay, I guess they self-assembled. And whether he said that just to appease me, whether he said, because tomorrow he's going to say they can't self-assemble. He's never going to
release
say it
a video about how he owned you.
Yeah, like absolutely. No, the next time he talks about this, he's going to be like, these lying atheists just talked over me and mocked me and made fun of me, and I proved to them that blah, 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 and they were so scared they wouldn't get to my 45th fucking point. Of course that's what's going to happen. We all know that's what's going to happen. But he will never be able to sleep. No. He had to admit, okay, fine. Yeah, fine. They self-assembled. Whether he's going to say to himself, I just said it to move the conversation on. I just said it to shut him up. Whatever. That little bit of ground is so worth it to me. By the by,
I get it.
This is the Oxford Book of Modern Science Writing. It was put together by Richard Dawkins, but it's actually just a group of different articles and scientific papers. And they have this excerpt in the middle here from James Jeans' The Mysterious Universe. It's 2 paragraphs long and it's fucking beautiful and everybody should look it up. It starts with the words standing on our microscopic fragment of a grain of sand. So just look up James Jeans' The Mysterious Universe and just kind of read those 2 paragraphs about the whole blind chance can't make a blah blah blue. It really tackles it poetically and beautifally. So I don't want to read 2 whole paragraphs of text right now for you guys, because I know I just talked for a fucking hour to this fucking guy. But read that.
I basically got everything out of the call I needed as soon as I got to say the phrase "beefy gilfs," and then I was
beefy
good.
Gilfs.
Yeah,
that was solid. So Jimmy, do you live in Utah? You knew Crumble too. Are you a Utah guy?
No, I live in Austin, but I lived in Denver before that.
Okay, do they have crumbles up
You
there?
think you're fucking special?
Yeah,
for
Crumbles in Denver and Austin now. Crumble has spread.
I thought that was a very like Utah thing, like fancy cooking.
We've got a
stores.
crumble here in Tulsa now.
No.
Oh, okay, all right.
No.
Well, great.
It might have started there, but like a soaking based STD, it made its way past Utah.
God.
Any chance to mention soaking, and I'm in. Anyway, everyone send in your super chats now. We're reading $5 or more. If we don't actually get enough super chats tonight, we do have to sell the show to Mike. So get him in.
God.
Otherwise, Mike will have the next episode of SkepTalk. Y'all want to alternate these? Do you want me to read them to you? Do we have? I feel like Austin. Do you do impressions? I feel like you must.
Oh God, I don't know.
Could be fun. All right.
I feel like if I try, and I'll instantly be like, nope, that's not it, and then I'll get insecure.
You don't have any of the ones like I have two go-tos. I know I can always nail Stewie Griffin and Charlie Day. I
want to hear you do Charlie Day.
So the thing about Charlie Day is it's just my normal yelling voice, because when I get loud, it's
that's
Charlie. It's the same thing. Screwed you? Oh, I'm sorry. That's literally just how I yell.
That's it.
Yeah. It's not even an impression. It's just me loud. That's who I am. And then, of course, I learned how to do Stewie one day when I had a sort of a head cold, and I realized that I could do it. And then Trump isn't even far from Stewie. They're very much in the same realm. Sometimes it sounds like I'm going from one to the other. They're pretty close to each other.
Sometimes he does that. Yeah, that little pullback one.
You get the nasal thing right. I can't do the nasal thing. Sometimes I can't do it yet. I got to keep working on it.
Yeah, because he's changed a lot over the years. He used to sound different than he does now.
I know that this means that I know that I need to beat my expectations based on like somebody's going to be like, yeah, Jimmy, that's because you haven't defeated all of your racism. But have you ever seen Jamie Foxx do an impression of Trump? Because I was very surprised at how perfect his is.
He sounds just like him.
It's identical. And I don't know why I was surprised. I imagine it means that growing up in Mormonism has left its seeds.
Well, there are white impressionists who can do like a really solid Chris Rock or like a really, those like, but it's just one of those things where it's sort of an area where I'm like, tread lightly, be careful, be careful going in there. Even if you can do it, be careful.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it's hard for me because I've always loved doing Obama, and I'm like, am I allowed to do the white half of Obama? Maybe. But I just like to go, let me be clear. That's just fun to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a very distinct, someone said on TikTok, maybe a year ago, I saw a video and I was like, that's so true, that it was almost like to be president of the United States, you need a distinctive speaking voice. Like you need and like as far back as we can go where we can hear them, they have these really distinctive speaking voices. JFK had a very distinctive speaking voice that people can really get into that rhythm, like that weird Boston accent. And then, but like, George Bush Sr. and George Bush Jr. and Bill Clinton.
That's both of their laughs.
They're all very specific vocal styles. Richard Nixon, with the jowls.
Okay, but now try and do Biden. He has the most forgettable voice in the world.
Well, he's just kind of like, I'm just old, man.
There. But he's been old for the last 60 years. The one thing he does, though, he does this. His voice goes,
was a bad dude.
His voice goes, So, and you do I'm serious, not a joke.
You know what he's got?
The American people.
He's got some of that general authority thing, the LDS general authority thing, where they'll be like, Jesus Christ of Nazareth, He loves you so much. The Savior.
I've made this exact point on some of our anti-Mormon programming.
The economy. I mean, we gotta work together, folks. Come on.
And then he says,
I am the danger.
It's Thomas Monson.
I am the
That's
one
who
who
it
knocks.
is. It's Monson is who it is. And then he said to the woman, stop being a lesbian. Close quote.
Yeah, close quote.
Close quote. Yeah, I'm serious, not a joke.
And my teacher said to me, "Oh, Tommy."
Man, I'm just waiting for. I just hope Uchtdorf lives long enough to be the prophet. I want to see what kind of chaos he would come up with.
Oh, they'd never let him. They'd never let him.
Well, I think I think seniority reigns amongst the white ones. So as long as he lives long enough, like, don't get me wrong, they've got a couple of brown apostles now that they're like, we're not going to let them. Don't worry. But
that guy's not getting up here.
But, you know, Uchtdorf's progressive, but he's still an Aryan dreamboat. So I think he's got a shot.
Oh, yeah.
I could do this all night. We should just do super chats because this is,
I don't know who any of these people are. High-ranking Mormons.
We're talking about the apostles and the prophets of Mormonism.
Sure.
Can you still
those
sing?
Guys, yeah.
Which name did the song end with when you left the church? Latter-day Prophets. Which name was it ended with?
I think when I left, it was still Gordon B. Hinckley.
It ended with Gordon B. Hinckley knows the way. We hear and follow his word. Can you still do the whole song?
Latter-day Prophets, number one, Joseph Smith and Brigham Young. That's it. And then
John Taylor is third. We know them. Wilford Woodruff or Lorenzo Snow. Well, let's do it another day. We'll fuck up everybody's Mormonism night. It'd be dope.
Looking for like a light or something. I can like.
Oh man, you should be fucking Mormon music. Sometimes is really dark. I'm actually working on a series on this whole thing. Like the most popular Mormon hymn straight up says they're looking forward to the day that they get to kill atheists, but it says it a little bit. It's literally the phrase is the wicked who fight against Zion will surely be smitten at last. Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Oh wow,
that's like the song's called "We Thank Thee, O God, for a Prophet." It's the most popular Mormon hymn.
Dude. Fucking, that's the thing. Like, it's sometimes Amber, because Amber grew up. This is my wife, Austin. I don't know if you know her, but Amber, she grew up Baptist, whatever. And so, like, she still will, like, just occasionally, she'll have like one of her old church songs from youth camp pop into her head, and like, she'll sing it loud as fuck across the house just to be weird. To point how strange. Like, one time I came out, she's in the kitchen, she's like, "I am showered in the blood. And she's like jamming out, like, in the precious blood of the land. It's like jamming out about the blood. And like, it's crazy. And like, that was one thing I still remember. Like, that was one of the things that made me more anti-theist before I knew what anti-theism was. I was working as a camp counselor for the Boys and Girls Club. And they were teaching they had like this, like, every Saturday the kids had to get together and do a little youth group thing. And they were teaching the little kids, these like Jesus songs. And one of them was, if I had a little box to keep Jesus in, I'd take him out and play with him and show him to my friends. And if I had a little box to keep Satan in, I'd take him out and smash his face and put him back in again. And that was the song. And they made the kids, they did this. And they're like, I'd take him out and smash his face and put him back in. And that was the song. And there's little children taught, if I could just trap this guy in a box, I'd smash his face every day and then lock him back in the box. And that's just this happy little song. And I'm like, I don't care who you're talking about. This is fucking insane to teach this to children. That's such an evil thing. And like, that was like my awakening a little bit as like an anti-theist. Like, oh, actually, it's not just okay that they believe this. This is actually teaching them some psychotic shit, turns out. Like, oh.
Did you ever, Austin, did you ever do the Book of Mormon stories dance?
Oh, sure. Yeah, that's every kid's favorite one, because you get to slap your hands and
pretend
make noises
to be
on the chair.
Doing a Native American fire dance. I'm talking about the one where you like are in a circle. You put the two, exactly, the fingers behind your head, and then you righteously. Yeah, the.
I think there was something like this too.
Yep.
I think there was some. Yeah.
I was like, you think your wife's dance moves were cringe, or the camp's dance moves were cringe? We had to pretend that we were doing a Native American dance, even though we also thought the Native Americans were evil ancient Jews cursed with brown skin. But anyway, it's not racist and a cult. Hashtag it's not racist. Hashtag it's not a cult.
Dude, I saw on TikTok this guy, he was this Mormon dude doing this whole thing about like, why can't people just leave my religion alone? And somebody stitched it and they're like, hey, I left Mormonism. Here's the traumatic experiences I had. This is why we talk about it. And he was replying to this thing. And like in the comment section, all these Mormons were saying ex-Mormonism is a cult. Ex-Mormonism is the biggest, most evil cult out there. All these ex-Mormons with their culty behavior and culty beliefs. And it's like, how do you not hear yourself when it's like Mike a second ago, like, nuh-uh, you, and that's the best you've got.
Hey, now there also, okay. But at least
that's
I'm
always
not
a great
Mormon.
one to go to. It's a great one to go to in political discussions. It's a great one to go to. It's always great when you're out of defenses to just say, no, that's you.
Yeah.
No, you.
I know you are, but what am I though?
And people go to it all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. No, you. Okay.
Nuts.
There's that phrase with Republicans, every accusation is a confession, because like every time they're like, so-and-so's a pedophile. They're like, so we just checked your hard drive.
Right.
Please remember,
well,
every Republican accusation is actually an admission.
Well, and there's a really interesting thing that's going on there psychologically too, where conservatives and conservative Christians in America, and I talk about this a lot on my channel and on my podcast too and stuff, but like they assume that everyone else, that their ideological rivals operate the same way that they do. Mm-hmm. So every time that they say you must be, instructing media personalities to lie on your behalf or create propaganda for you, it's because they know that's what they do. They know that Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and these people are people who lie on their behalf, and they are okay with it, and they just assume that's how the game is played. So when they say you guys are cheating at elections, you're stealing elections, you're falsifying election results, it's because they're like, well, that's what we would do. Like that's how we operate. Like,
also, all
voter
their shit
ID
about
laws,
brainwashing and grooming kids, and then you're like, y'all been to church, right? The fuck are you talking about?
The Hooters and an NRA convention, and like
that's exactly what's going on psychologically. Is they're like, well, that's what we do to kids. There's this really popular post on Twitter by this post like made this guy a Twitter celebrity. He had a shirt on that said like, I'm gonna wear this shirt to my parent-teacher conferences just so that the teachers know what they're dealing with and that there's no indoctrination is going to happen to my child. And his shirt said, just a dad trying not to raise a liberal daughter. And so all these people in the comments were like, so do you think that you're not indoctrinating? And he was proudly like, no, I am indoctrinating my child to be Christian and conservative. That's my right as a parent to indoctrinate. And then all these conservative people were like, no, you're not. It's not indoctrination if it's the right thing. And they were like, I don't think we're indoctrinating, but it's like they look at telling kids, hey, gay people exist and trans people exist and you can be nice to them and it's okay. They're not terrible people. And they're like, you're doing the same thing that we do at church, aren't you? You're trying to like get into their brain a little bit and like, and mess with them. And it's like, well, not exactly. It's not the same mechanism, but the reason why it's not just I know you are, but what am I? It's like, they're throwing this out because their worldview is that this is how people operate, that this is what people do. Donald Trump, is the way he is because he believes that's how the game is played. And so he's just like, I don't think there's anything wrong with what I'm doing. The reason why they legitimately don't think there's anything wrong with Donald Trump being indicted is they're like, he's not doing anything different from any other politician in the game. You guys are singling him out to score points in the culture war. And it's like, well, no, that's not true. He's actually significantly more corrupt than pretty much any president we've ever had in the history of the country, and he broke more laws it's actually really frustrating that he's being indicted for the thing that he is being indicted for, and that he's not being indicted for like inciting an insurrection or for literally trying to get states to overturn their election results so that he could win. And we have records of him doing this, and it's like, that is a huge felony. And like, it's kind of crazy that he's going down for what he's going down for. He was constantly breaking the law as president in unprecedented ways. And he's been breaking the law since way before he ever held public office. But they just look at it and go, yeah, it's okay though for guys like Donald Trump to break the law and get away with it. That's the way the world works. And
Right.
We're being more realistic about you guys indicting him is you guys taking it to a new level, you know? And it's like,
Yep.
Yeah. So
man, I remember like when Bush was in office, and there was a popular song that was on the internet. It was like, Bush he lied about this and he bombed these people. He did these other. Clinton got a blowjob, and then but Bush he did this thing. He had this war crime on his watch, and he did this terrible. But Clinton got a blowjob, and like that, and that was just back and forth. Like, why the fuck? Can somebody please blow George Bush so we can fucking be over this? Like, why is all of this acceptable?
Well, it's the
same thing here.
It's almost funny because then when there is something to criticize a Democrat for that is the stuff they like, I'm willing to criticize Obama for war crimes too. That motherfucker was the worst.
Yeah.
And yet they can't come for Obama for his drone stuff because they're like, boy, there's two things we like: killing people and fucking our cousins. And Obama was doing at least one of those. I don't know. I've not seen whether or not Michelle's his cousin. I don't think so. I have no reason to think that. But he was doing one of them.
That's just the whole thing, man. It's just I have a million things to say negatively about Obama. I have a million things negative to say about Biden because I don't worship politicians like fucking gods because I'm not in a goddamn cult. So it's not that hard. And like,
I love when you get on Twitter, you say some shit about Trump and they're like, okay, now do Biden. And I'm like, it'll be my fucking pleasure. Fuck are you talking about? They do it with Christianity
I've been waiting
too.
for you to ask.
You'll say something about Christianity. They're like, oh, cool. Now do Islam. It's like, okay, Muhammad was a fucking pedo. And that thing is a disaster of a religion that mostly oppresses women. And then they're like, okay, now draw a picture of Muhammad. I'm like, okay, fine. Okay, well, now go to Beirut and say it somebody's moving the goalpost a lot. You didn't think I'd do the first thing, you little fucking piece of shit. Anyway. Islam sucks, for the record. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, boy, RPG Debunk's getting his money's worth up here.
Just sitting up there forever.
Yeah. Are you going to read it? Do you want me to read it? What do y'all want to do?
I don't know.
How do we do this?
Shit. We can either go back and forth or he can read them to us and we can just react to them. It's whatever.
Do whatever you want.
It's all in the air.
I mean, I've read this about 40 times in the last.
I'm just gonna start doing it so that we leave at some point. $5 from RPG Debunks. Did you know there's a species of animals that is wholly resistant to evolution? It's called the Americanus conservatus magatus, also known as a maggot. Relevant.
Got him.
Fucking RPG Debunks.
Got
you
him.
did the thing wrong. You're supposed to, genus name is capitalized, species and subspecies are not capitalized, and if you're not writing in italics, it's supposed to be underlined. Idiot.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Who
Get
are
it together.
You? Who are you, RPG Debunks? Is this Mike? Anyway, we love you, RPG. Thank you for all the chats you've sent us. Raven200 $4.99 says, "Hey Forrest, what books on biology and or evolution do you recommend for a layman like me? And also, and hello to the other host not familiar with you." So, sup. Before you answer, I think it's wild that people ask you, specifically you, what they should do if they're a normal layman, because you are not. You know, it's kind of like, I'm not going to ask Hawking while he's dead, so I'm super not going to. But I'm not going to ask him about, hey, what's something I can metabolize like advanced physics on? Because he'd have to sit there and say, like, let me try and pretend my brain is... What I'm trying to say to everybody who's going to ask Forrest a question as a layman, Forrest is so much smarter than us that he can't actually pretend to be as not smart as we are.
Not as smart as he thinks I am. It's all an act. I just know big words.
Anyway, but go on. Do go on.
I would say if you want to look up on the YouTubes, Stated Clearly is a great channel that has some really simple explanations about evolution. It's really cool. You can also look up this guy, Forrest Valkai. He's got a series on the YouTube called The Light of Evolution.
They did say books.
He did say books. I always recommend Jerry Coyne, Why Evolution is True, and Richard Dawkins, The Greatest Show on Earth. Both of these people, they have some, they're controversial people with really good information on evolution. So like, that's kind of cool.
Undeniable by Bill Nye is also super good.
Yeah. Undeniable by Bill Nye is. I hear a lot of good things about this guy. I've never actually read it, but like it's I have it, and it's supposedly great.
I think you'll start recommending if you
Carl,
read it. I think you'll start recommending it over the other two. I've read all three, and I think that one's the best of the three.
I wouldn't be surprised. Anything Carl Zimmer is also pretty cool. Yeah, I would start with those guys. These are some really easy ones that anybody can chew through. This one I never read the whole thing. I did skim through it when making The Light of Evolution because I wanted to hear how he phrased a few things to see if maybe he had a better way of saying it than I did. He didn't. But like, yeah, you can get this guy. He's pretty cool. Go on to the next one.
$5 from Fire Chicken. Forrest, do any other mammals have separated skulls at birth, or is that a uniquely human thing? Go fuck yourself, Jimmy.
Lots of things do. So let me double check here. Because I can give you a bullshit answer with like a bunch of animals that actually just have separated skulls like that all the time. I do know that our skull separations is largely based on our evolutionary history because our pelvises became more gynochondric, and we couldn't fit our stupid fat fucking heads out of people's pelvises. I can't think of one off the top. I'm pretty sure a lot of great apes do that, but I'm not 100%. I don't know is the answer. Good question.
50,
I wish I knew, but I don't.
50 big ass dollars from Steve066 says, last week I heard about a new giant species of trapdoor spider that was discovered in Australia. Am I weird that one of my first thoughts was, man, Forrest is going to freaking love this. Anyway, thanks for the awesome show. Are you a spider guy?
I love them. I don't know too much. Like, I'm not like an entomologist by any means. I don't know more about spiders than anything else, but like, I think I did see the new spider and it was fucking cool.
I'm trying to coerce a black widow out of this spot I know it's in that's hard to get to. I want to trap it and keep it as a friend.
I'm looking it up right now because I want to see it. Forrest is going to love it and I'm going to hate it. It's one of the main reasons why I'll never go to Australia. Every time someone's like, oh, you should go to Australia, I'm like, if I go there, will I have to deal with giant spiders? And they're like, almost certainly. And I go, well, then I don't think I can ever go.
Not just giant spiders, but huntsman spiders, which are super fucked up. And then Sydney funnel web spiders, considered the most venomous to human spiders.
And they fuck that spider. I just looked up the new spider. Yeah. I just looked up the picture of the new spider. Fuck that thing. What
big brown guy?
It's got armor. It's got like a shell. It's like a crustacean, but on land. It's shielded. It's
Yeah, the Latin name for it, it comes from the Latin. It's Eoplos dignitas, coming from dignity and greatness, because it's so massive and impressive and beautiful that they named it Dignity. How cool of a thing,
God
you know what I mean?
It. So when everyone's always like, they're harmless, they're really sweet, I'm like, I don't care.
No, not in Australia.
Well, then a huntsman crawls out from behind my toilet?
Yeah.
No,
So lots of spiders are harmless.
Huntsmans aren't going to hurt you.
Huntsmen, those are right. But a Sydney funnel web spider, again, considered the most venomous two-human spider in the world, will cross a room to bite you if you're staying still.
Assholes.
I hate it. I hate it.
They are that aggressive. Like we have here in the U.S., our worst spiders are black widows and brown recluses. I'm not recommending anybody free handle them, but you safely can free handle them as long as you don't compress them. Yeah, they're very docile.
They don't really care.
I hate it.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Yeah, black widows, you can just move them if you need to. They're fine. Don't do it, but you can. I had a friend who worked with spiders all the time, and he would literally like come in the room and he's holding a black widow. He's like, "Check this big girl out." I found. I'm like, "Neato." You know, you have to fuck with them to really get them to mess with you. Same thing with like a lot of the tarantulas around here. You have to like really be fucking them up and like hurting them and squeezing them.
How do you like bees?
Wandering
Austin?
spiders are the same thing too.
What's that?
Do you like bees and hornets?
No, fuck them. I'm glad that honeybees exist, and I want them. But like wasps and like hornets, like fuck them. Like get at like no.
Anytime I move somewhere, I will purposely catch any local stingy bug and have it sting me, so I know I won't be afraid of it when it's flying around me. So I know the consequences. That's a hobby of mine.
That's what's up. That's
wow. No, absolutely not.
I can't find any fucking
Amber just
scorpions.
put in the chat. Amber just put in the chat, Forrest won't let me kill spiders. That is true. Anytime she finds one, I gotta come scoop them up, put them outside, thank him for visiting. Like they're lovely little dudes. They're helpful. And if they have a nice nest and they just caught lunch, leave them alone for a day, let them eat, and then we'll put them outside. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Good
if I
dudes.
see a spider in a good spot, like it's covering especially if I see a spider with lots of little bugs in its web, I can either kill or move the spider, and then have all of those bugs alive, you know, in the future, or I can leave it there. It'll keep picking up those bugs.
Yeah.
I've got like 7 purposefully placed spiders in my house.
I stopped like when I was a kid. I never got stung. I got stung by a wasp one time, but like I never got stung by a bee. And like bees, wasps, and D's, I never like had to like worry about them too much where I live, and I was able to like kind of be around them more and more and get familiar. And the more you watch them, like bees, wasps, and D's all have different ways of being, but like the more you watch them, there's like a beautiful order. You know, they're working out their little ways of doing things, and you fall in love with their little mechanisms and the way they're building their little houses. D's especially, they're so fucking cool. I love them, man.
Kill all wasps and hornets; they can go extinct. 666 from Kobe Soda
what about
says.
D's? What about
I don't know
B's
what that
and
is.
D's?
B's and D's. Is this a dick joke?
Bumblebees and then D's as well.
Bumblebees?
No, but like bees, like honeybees, and then D's as well. The bugs.
What are D? What the fuck are you talking? You're acting like anyone knows what a D is.
D's nuts, Jimmy.
Okay.
D's
I
nuts.
knew it. I knew it.
I fucking tried to step on it, and then he did it anyway. Kobe Soda says, I'm atheist, yet my favorite musical is Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat. I played Jacob in it. Also, my name means Jacob and protected by God. Then you're not an atheist anymore. We take away your card, and you're invalid. No, of course, do whatever you want, man. Fucking do crime, be gay. 99 from Aron Ra says, they will make a crucial decision either way. If they can't find acceptance, that decision will generally be a self-destructive one. I bet this was extremely relevant to the conversation that was happening 3 hours ago.
I think it was the trans call.
Okay.
I think it was the trans call, yeah.
Yeah.
$10 from Too Young to Be This Old. Love you, Forrest. Always love having you on the line. Nice to meet you, Austin. Giving you a follow on TikTok right now. Jimmy, with all the love in my heart, go fuck yourself twice. Thank you. Dante Verona says, Forrest, I think you mentioned you have a video coming out on the Permian period. Oh man, I hope Gorgonopsid is in there. Yeah, arguably the most fascinating but terrifying animal ever. I know that only.
Believe me, they will be. Yeah, no, we're covering a few different things. Dimetrodon's obviously going to be in there. There's going to be a few different sea creatures, but I made for fucking sure, like Gorgonopsid and a variety of other therapsids.
Ew, what a fucked up skull.
Be covered.
These things are fucking...
Yeah, wild, right? They're crazy. Pull it on the screen. They're so cool. Imagine a fucking reptilian venomous wolf. That's what a fucking Gorgonopsid is. They're amazing.
We don't have time to put it on the screen, but I started to do it, and then I was like, I don't have time for this.
It looks like a werewolf. Like it looks like a werewolf from a movie. Like if you were designing like a,
It looks like its chin is a weapon.
That thing wasn't even a mammal. How mammal-like does that thing look, right? It's a fucking, it's a semi-mammal nightmare.
I mean, I can kind of imagine, based on like a current a kimono dragon sort of like its shoulders descending and propping itself up some. Like I can kind of see. Did
you say kimono dragon?
Komodo. What did I say? Kimono. Kimono's the thing you wear.
Kimono. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, you wear. Yeah. A nice robed dragon. I could see that.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Rule 34. Moving on to the next. Did we read this one? Raven 200 says, whenever a theist is in the chat making the same debunked non-arguments but not calling in, I roll my eyes. Jimmy, thank you, frick you, bye. Don't explain to Austin why there's so many chats insulting me. Bryn Poo KC says,
no, I love it.
An episode with Forrest is not complete without book recommendations. Great show. Fuck you, Jimmy.
You should all check out The Burning. The Burning by Tim Madigan. Fantastic book about the Tulsa Race Massacre of 1921. Covers it, not only that, but also just generally like the history of Tulsa surrounding it in phenomenal, colorful detail. This book will make you sick to your stomach in the best ways. Everybody should read this. The Burning. Fantastic book.
RPG Debunks back
Not enough
again
people know about
says, Forrest, you said deer are dumb, but where I'm from in Wisconsin, deer have been looking before they cross the street, so they're learning, which is cool.
That's pretty tight. That's directional selection right there.
I think you've mistaken what they're doing. Anyway, $5 from Mahalia Yaga says, Forrest, do you have any information about Meganeuropsis permiana? I believe it's the largest dragonfly ever.
Not off the top of my head, besides the fact that they lived in a time with a much, much, much higher oxygen concentration in the atmosphere, so that kind of shit was possible. It's not something that could evolve today. But like off the top of my head, I couldn't give you too much more than that.
Not with that attitude.
They are fucking cool, though.
How big were they?
If I remember correctly, they were like fucking the size of a small car. Like they were long bitches. Let me look them up real quick just to be sure.
I just pulled them up too. I think you might be thinking more fantastically. They look like their bodies are about the size of a human arm.
It's wingspan. Okay, no, I am confusing them with something else. You're right. Because there were some big ass fucking there were some really, really big creepy crawlies in terms of length. This particular one, this guy's saying 28 to 30 inches. There's hold on. Let me look up let me look at this guy because there is a page that
I'm gonna get another chat.
Yeah,
while
you do the thing.
ElectBase 100 says, beware of mental slippery slopes of conceptual, anthropomorphized, and analogized words like rules, decides, wants, code, etc. Joel. That's from Joel. That's what we do here, baby. From the Raven 200, if you die and stand before him, I'd give him 2 middle fingers and tell him to send me to hell already. I'd be afraid, yes, but I'd be more disgusted. I don't believe people when they say stuff like this. If God actually exists and reveals himself and then hell is actually on the table, I think suddenly all the people that are like, and I tell God I'll go to hell because I'm not going to heaven on your terms. And I'm sitting here going, in that exact situation, I'm grabbing a bottle of Jergens and seeing if I can pull it off without doing mouth stuff.
I just go back to like, I don't trust that character, the character that like created all this stuff. I don't trust that like he's actually got a really cool place for me to go. He's like, no, you want to come to the place. Like, I just don't trust that like his
Get in the
party
van.
I
got candy.
I don't trust that his party is the kind of party I want to be at. Like, I just am like, if I'm in that situation, I find it highly, highly, highly unlikely that I ever will be. But if I'm in that situation, I'll just be like, I don't know, man, even if you think that your spot is like the spot to be, I don't really trust what you think is a cool time. I think that you're like a sociopathic narcissist. So I don't really like trust that your party is really cool. Now, if hell is controlled by the devil, I would rather go there because I think that's a different entity that has control over it. If that God is controlling hell, then I'm like, okay, well, now I'm scared because I'm more scared of your torture pit than your party. Your party might be lame, but your torture pit is going to be really, really scary.
If you had a good reason, if hell really is the alternative, look, 9 days into having a cold, and I will do anything to stop having a cold. I don't think I can do hell for more than 3 minutes. So at that point, I'm like, hey, God, your ways are great. That whole cancer in babies, I get it now. I'm not doing that eternal cold.
2 quick things. Number one, I did have it mixed up. The giant dragonfly was about 3 feet wide. That was the biggest they got, about 3 feet. Still super big. What I was thinking about was Arthropleura, which was a millipede. Arthropleura was a millipede that was as long as a car and weighed as much as a large dog. Fucking massive dudes. And they lived at the same time. They both lived during the Permian. So like I just confused which bug I was talking about. Like I'm dumb is what it is. I mixed up Arthropleura with fucking Meganopsis or whatever the fuck it was. I forgot.
Just so everybody knows, Mike is tweeting about how our audience sucks because they won't even send more super chats. I don't know if you want to just let that go. But anyway, send more super chats. $4.99 from the Raven 200. All hail Lord Roland, the closest goblin. Eat sub sandwiches, get wishes, praise Lord Roland, and go fuck yourself, Jimmy. Cut of Roland represent. It's in storage. It's not my main piano anymore, but I actually have a Roland piano, and that's the only association I've ever had with that word. So every time your goblin comes up, I just think about that piano I haven't touched in
You
years.
can buy Roll in the Closet Goblin merch at ValkaiLabs.com. Just saying, you can buy a t-shirt with Roll in the Closet Goblin or a hoodie. We have unisex t-shirts, women's fit t-shirts, and hoodies. All at ValkaiLabs.com.
Hey, by the way, y'all can send some. We have Austin here. You can send some questions for Austin. Jesus Christ. $5 from Robin Webster. Got my copy of Evolution's Rainbow. Go on.
I was going to say, you can get this Nobody Cool Likes Tucker Carlson shirt, too, at the links in all of my bios on all my social media, if you want
Hell
that.
yeah.
I do love it. That is my favorite song you've ever released. It's so good.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Got my copy of Evolution's Rainbow today. Love Austin. Jimmy, please play the piano for us sometime. So that's probably a part of my series on Mormon music, because I'm also writing parodies of the songs that I'm covering the history of. So like We Thank Thee, O God, for a Prophet will be the same title, but I will spell prophet differently. I've actually already written that one. It came out pretty solid. It's pretty good. So yeah, you'll get to see some piano work and even me singing. Both aren't great, but you'll get to see it. Anyway, Net Girl Jamie says, which God is it? You have to choose. It's that simple. If you had to choose, if you have to choose, anybody else want to do Hamilton with me? All right, I'll go fuck myself. It's cool. It's cool.
I don't know the songs. I'm sorry.
If you had to choose, it was, I think the song is called Jefferson or
Jefferson
Burr.
Gets My Vote.
That's right.
Yeah.
You've nailed it. And we're better friends for it. Raven 200 says, heaven is basically just a never-ending celestial North Korea. I'd literally rather be kicked in the nuts for the eternity than be there. Hail Lord Roland. But my actual point is, no, you wouldn't. You wouldn't actually rather be. You would rather. People currently live in North Korea, and some people make it work. And I would still pick living in North Korea over being kicked in the nuts for eternity. I feel that way. Hellhole though it may be. No thoughts on that? Anybody want to say whether they North Korea or punched in the nut? North Korea for eternity, kicked in the nuts for eternity.
It's an interesting hypothetical. Mostly I just take solace in the fact that I just am like, I just don't think we're ever going to have to find out. So that's fine.
Pretty nice. It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Some people get the rocks off getting kicked in the nuts. I guess if I could switch my mind, get it reprogrammed.
Yeah. It'd be heaven all of a sudden.
Right. Be perfect. Raven 200 says, geez, I'm not even a minute into Mike's call and I'm already face palming and laughing. Mike definitely rolled a nat 1 on his intelligence check. Yeah. There was a point where I was laughing so much that I was like, I'm just going to unmute and be the laugh track.
I feel bad that like right off the bat, like I started lighting into Mike, but I just didn't like the energy that he came in with, that he had like some little pedantic like correction on something that really was pretty inconsequential to what we were actually talking about. And he was like, you guys like to change your facts around. And I was like, yeah, I got the timeline wrong of like when Islam started and when Christianity started. That doesn't really change anything I was saying about like the nature of religion myths. Like that doesn't change the substance of anything I was saying in any meaningful way. But like, instead of him just being like, little correction here, you actually got that timeline wrong, but that's fine. But he was like, you guys are such liars. And I was like,
no, your instinct was correct. The reason I jumped in so fast is I was already going to. It's like, oh, good. We're just going to start with a poisoned well. That sounds fucking dope.
Yeah. Exactly.
It reminds me very much of like, I think you even brought this up on one of your recent TikToks. So like you don't even know what AR-15 means, so you can't talk about school shootings. It's like, fucking, are you kidding me? Come on. Like, fucking, you think AR stands for assault rifle, not a fucking Armalite rifle? You fucking idiot. You don't know anything about it. Why are you going to pass gun laws? It's the same exact energy. Okay, you made this little mistake. Your whole shit's fucking wrong.
Exactly.
Can I suggest a series of songs outlining logical fallacies? I feel like your style would match it so fucking good.
Yeah, you know, I almost did a song, just a bunch of a bunch of different logical fallacies. I had a skit I was gonna do with another creator. Who was that gonna be with? We were doing I can't even remember now, but it was gonna be like
it was Logan Paul.
And it was Logan Paul, yeah. We were gonna do a series that was gonna be like Schoolhouse Rock, and we were gonna be like, it's all the logical fallacies, like, you know, like teaching people about like the different logical fallacies that exist. And
That'd be great.
It fell apart.
Well,
it was.
Well, if you ever want to get back on that project, hit me up because I would love to. I would be all over that. I haven't written a song and sang a thing on like in a long time. I'd love to do it.
Yeah. Might have to revive it.
I have 6 more ways in which you could benefit me with your platform. So what I was thinking, no, I'm just kidding. It was a joke. I thought everyone would get it, and then no one laughed, and now I'm just devastated. Listen to this passive aggressive compliment
like,
at the end.
Ideally, though,
I'd be on one of your things. Zach H says, "Wow, this is such an amazing episode. This is such a great team." And then ends this with, even with Jimmy popping in once in a while. Wow, thanks, Zach.
Somehow that's more mean than like, go fuck yourself, Jimmy.
That was the
like somehow
comment
that's more cutting.
It's like we're accepting a default where it would have been better, but the show was saved, even despite.
Even with all the Jimmy interruptions, this was still pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know why the fucking producer
I'm surprised.
Me on this.
You just broke out real bad. What'd you say?
I don't know why the fuck the producer of this thing just keeps letting Jimmy on. It's
I know.
bullshit. It's just so dumb.
Whoever runs the line needs to shut Jimmy the fuck up. Kobe Soda says, that's my favorite comment, and we still get them occasionally. Whoever's running this channel, stop inviting Jimmy Snow on. Too good. Kobe Soda says, hi again. Give Roland the Closet Goblin a Subway sandwich for me. Thanks, F you, Jimmy. I imagine they're trying to say fuck you, but you can't on Super Chats. Yeah, despite Jimmy. So the chat. Matt Lay, it's chemistry from Mike. Yeah. Quote of the night.
That's great.
We should just start making the stupid quotes into shirts. It's chemistry, Mike.
Thank you for giving us our next merch deal.
I
we'll
also
make $45 off of you.
I can't explain the thing I was doing where I was repeating Mike's name, why I thought it was so funny to do, but that was actually, I feel like, the funniest thing I contributed. Just going, Mike. I don't know why. That's my favorite part, though. My contributions are garbage, but I liked that one. Raven200 says, it's chemistry. Mike is either a troll or he's one of my uncles. No, I think he is 1000% authentic. What do you two think?
Mm-hmm.
No, he's not trolling.
Absolutely.
He's not trolling. No.
Y'all, we only have a few of these left. Definitely get those super chats in, $5 or more. I don't want to sell the show to Mike. The Kenneth says, that's the next The Line show. Forrest teaches Mike the science. No, that isn't the next new show for The Line. We're launching a new show for The Line at the end of this month, and Patreons over at patreon.com/calltheline will get to hear what the new show is going to be tonight. And it is a very, I feel like, seductive topic, not in a sexual way, but in a more colloquial, seductive way. Yeah, it's very exciting stuff.
I've never heard that used colloquially for anything. Well, whatever.
I use it quite often, to tell you the truth, that I find it some sort of concept seductive. I'm seduced by. I just mean convinced or shit like that.
I had a professor that used to say anytime anything was good, he would use the word orgasmic, and it was just like, so you're like, oh, guys, you're gonna love this chapter. This chapter is gonna be orgasmic, and I'm like, fucking please. So the word seduce has been used non-sexually in literature for a long time. Somebody was seduced by such and such idea. Saying orgasmic, that's just trying to bang your 19-year-old TAs. That's all that is. Bob says, glory to some space guy with a beard and a dress. Nothing wrong with being a space guy with a beard and a dress. We just want to make sure you all know that wasn't the problem. By the way, there's nothing wrong with liking beefy gilfs. If that's your thing, I don't want you to feel shamed by me. We don't kink shame here on The Line, but we do call it out.
I'll kink shame Mike's Kent Hovind kink, but not not all kinks. $10 from Jacob. Please stop recommending books. I'm almost out of rum. You're gonna kill these people.
Hey, everybody should also read Race, Monogamy, and Other Lies They Told You, Busting Myths About Human Nature by Agustin Fuentes. Agustin Fuentes is a really cool bioanthropologist, wrote a really comprehensive article on why sex in humans isn't binary. Everybody should read that. It's just a fantastic read. Very short, sweet, but also wrote a lot of cool books, including this one and The Creative Spark, which is another great one about all sorts of things about humans. You should read both of these. Agustin Fuentes, everybody. Really cool bioanthropologist. One of my heroes. Really cool guy.
That first book actually sounds great, and like I will read it. It also sounds like it's the type of book you would find at some sort of like alternative spiritual farmer's market.
Yeah.
Just like a stack of them on a table. Nicole Erbson says, oh, $49.99. Thank you so much. I laughed so goddamn hard during this, especially the mic call. Holy shit, Jimmy, Forrest, and Austin all had me dying. Forrest, I love you so much. Get yourself a drink after this. Austin, I hope we see you more on this show. And Jimmy, go fuck yourself very, very much. And a black heart emoji.
Much appreciated.
$10 from John Ware. Please have Forrest and Austin on together again. Thank you for not saying like passive aggressively, like, and have Arden produce that episode because Arden doesn't really talk.
Please have Forrest and Austin on together again. I would even watch if Jimmy interrupted. Like,
despite
even if Jimmy interrupted, I would still watch.
Oh man. For the record, I was texting people about how hard it was to not jump in on Andrew's call. I was over here yelling.
Andrew was so damn close. You had some
shit to say.
Andrew was so close. That's what was so. It's Andrew just like, man, you're right sincere. There. Yeah,
I didn't want to be mean to him. He was so sincere, and like he was, he was saying all the right things. Yes, no, I agree. There's no good reason to believe this, but I do, and I have to. And I feel for him so much. I want to fix it. God damn.
So the thing you have to know is that Andrew has called our show and other shows several times and has basically, the reason why I guess I get a little bit with him is I've knowing the past with him and how Andrew has been that same level of seeming like he might get the point, but then never does. Mm-hmm. So it's frustrating because it's like, I'll even hear him talking and I'll be like, so you don't remember when we already went over this and this and that and this? It's kind of like when Emmanuel called in to defend by name the God of the Gaps, which is a name we use to make fun of them. And was like, I just want to say, I think the God of the Gaps makes sense. And you're like, Jesus Christ, you just, wow.
Wow.
How do we carry on,
Yeah. Anyway, did I read this one? X Alaric, it's a cool name. I am a gardener and I argue exotic ornamentals should be avoided because introductions of exotics have historically led to biological invasions. Is this a slippery slope fallacy?
No, that's common sense. It's the same reason we're not going to bring cane toads to go fucking fix the next sugarcane farm. We know for sure that leads to dire consequences very easily. So like a slippery slope fallacy is saying like, if I plant these flowers in my garden, then someone's going to be so excited about the flowers that they're going to buy the flowers. And then there's going to be an economic bubble where everybody's buying these flowers. And then finally the flowers are going to go out of style and the economy is going to collapse and we're all going to be homeless. Like that's a slippery slope where you take it to a wild extreme. But something like this where like, yeah, actually, when people do this, they tend to become invasive species and they can hurt ecosystems, like you see with, Burmese pythons in the Everglades and cane toads in Australia and pick your favorite whatever else. That for sure can happen and has happened, so we shouldn't do the thing. It's just being safe. Yeah, I don't think that's slippery slope at all. I think you're being a responsible gardener.
Yeah, so not every slippery slope is a fallacy if you can actually demonstrate correlation and causation. I don't know about his flower example, but it's not like you're saying if gays can get married, then people should be allowed to fuck animals because that's the old slip. That's like the most famous slippery slope.
Right.
That
I can think of. But flowers are cool.
I'm gonna fuck animals
I'm
anyway.
just gonna-
You don't have to let the gays get married for it.
Nobody clip that. Christ.
Right.
$4.99.
I'm not gonna stop fucking my dog just because you ban gay marriage.
Fucking. I'm the only one with a dog. Actually, I don't know if Austin has a dog. Pepper Roberts says, Forrest, just wanted you to know.
I love that he didn't answer.
That
I love that he
appreciate
didn't
your work.
answer.
Yeah, just stone-faced. He froze. Forrest, just wanted you to know that I appreciate your work, was from Pepper Roberts.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
$10. $10 from Persistent Dissenter. This is a shout out to Amber. The support of a loving partner is more valuable than I can put words to. All the snacks, medicine, and involvement is noticed. Yeah, they rub it in our faces, those of us who are lonely.
She is a sweet bear. She's real sweet. She just got her hair done and she looks real pretty. She's got like little streaks in it now. She looks gorgeous.
They're a very wholesome couple, and it makes me want to throw up. No, I love the two of them.
It's really sweet.
Are you lonely or are you occupied?
You know, it's a very recent development in my life, but I am currently in a relationship. So
Wow.
it just started. It just started.
Breaking news here. You took so long to get to in a relationship that I was so worried that I just opened like some fresh, vulnerable, like I am currently alone.
My wife left me yesterday, so thank you for
That's what it sounded like. I was on the edge of my seat.
I know. I was starting to feel sick.
I've been single for the last year and change, and I'm in a relationship now. So yeah.
Tight.
Congratulations, man.
I've also been single for the last year and change. No sign of that changing on the horizon. One would have to leave the house and stop working, is what I've been told. $5
F's in the chat for Jimmy's sex life.
Nah, it's fine. Yeah. I'm really good at masturbating. $5 from Jal Bowdy. I initially misread Austin's shirt as nobody cooks like Tucker Carlson and got distracted thinking about just how clueless he would be in a kitchen.
Nobody cooks like Tucker Carlson, baby.
That's right.
Motherfucker can just make a mean steak. It's crazy.
And look confused by the concept of steak as he cooks it.
Yeah, he does. I would watch a Tucker Carlson cooking show. So he'd be like, "So you're adding a lot of turmeric to that dish? Is there a reason for that?" And it does taste good with onions. So the onions add flavor to it.
It seems to me like you're using these Middle Eastern spices to replace a lot of the European spices. Is there a reason? Do you think maybe something to do? What? Huh? Do you think that maybe this chicken might be a liberal? It's like, yeah.
Has science ever measured the mass of the black hole between his upper and lower lip? That dark chasm he presents to us all the time. My goodness. Yeah. His gap approaches the Bekenstein bound. Physics joke. The Raven 200 says, I am showered in the precious blood. Blood. These sound like death metal lyrics. That's true.
It's insane. You should hear some of the songs she sings, dude. They're fucking wild. Like, I don't think she's serious. And she's like, no, really, we sang this at church camp. And they're fucking crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of implicit stuff, too. Onward, Christian soldiers gonna kill some hoes. It's basically shit like that. Raven 200 says, if you're reading this, you're an Apple now. I don't get the reference. Cindy sent a follow-up $5 so that the $2 one would be read and says, thank you, Forrest. I'll read it. I'll be in Tulsa in May. Okay.
I'll be out of Tulsa for most of May, so you'll miss me. I'm sorry.
But then it also asked in the follow-up one, does Forrest publish a book list?
On my Patreon, one of my patrons asked me to send pictures of all of my bookshelves, and he meticulously went through and found every book on Amazon and published a book list of my shit. And since then, I bought like 8,000 more books. So no, I don't, and I'm not interested in doing so. I'm sorry. It's just not. It's not for me to do.
Last chance, everybody, get your super chats in. Otherwise, it is going to be over quite soon, as we only have a couple left. But $5 from Throws Machete, and just so you know, T-shirts with Roland on them are proof that he exists.
If enough people believe in Roland, it's real. Truth.
Okay. Kyrakel says, I had a bioethics class. One of the issues was if gender was ambiguous, doctor would just pick and operate, possibly without telling parents. Back to trans convo / hedge clippers / right sides of projection.
Yeah, if you have an intersex child and they have ambiguous genitalia, which happen, by the way, ambiguous genitalia are more common than IQs over 140. Like they happen a lot. A lot of the time, a doctor will just be like, "Oh, that's probably supposed to be a vagina." Beep bop boop, and just not even it's barely mentioned. It's the same thing like with circumcision. We're talking about we're doing just a genital mutilation. This is making a decision about a child's genitals that doesn't need to be made, especially not at that time. Talking about circumcision specifically when I say genital mutilation. We're making this decision for this kid, and then we're going to act like that kid making that decision for themselves later on down the line as like a late teenager, early adult. That's the weird problem. What? Very strange.
Yeah.
Last
one, unless we get more in there. Scoop McGooter said that I don't know why. This just sounds like somebody who has a Confederate flag would name themselves Scoop McGooter. And I'm sorry, because I don't think Scoop has done that. But Scoop says, I've really enjoyed Forrest's scientific explanation, especially when I'm blitzed. Mike was not cool. Show was generally great despite Jimmy. Yes. Don't I know it?
Love that.
Well, I think we're done. I think that's... Oh, wait. There's literally, as I was saying it, of course, every goddamn time. And I'm waiting for it to refresh in my system that I can send it through with. Jesus Christ. Okay, there we go. Cindy Sue says, well, Jimmy, I'll be in Colorado in May and June too. Forrest, I'm going to Tulsa to beat up my brother with a little text emoji. I don't live in Colorado anymore. I live in Texas now.
Mm-hmm.
Austin. It's not really Texas. And I don't even live in Austin, but I live close to Austin.
It's a little town called Tyler, Texas, and he lives on 128 Johnson Street. I just checked. So everybody send your hate mail there.
I'm looking forward to the day that I can reveal, once I've moved from here, I'm looking forward to telling people what my address was, because I have the funniest address. It's most ironic
address. Wild. It's so cool.
Yeah.
It's madness. The second you move out of there, that's got to be a thing that you keep. That's so fucking good. You got to steal the street.
Go steal a sign. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I might do that.
God damn.
And then hang on. Okay, here we go. Somebody said, Taishi Kojima says, I think it was a guy. I'm dead. I think that's a reference to Austin's.
It's so fucking good.
No, you're
so
right.
fucking good.
You're right. Okay, I think we're done.
Do you think that everything just evolved in a pot? No, you know what I think, Mike? I think it was a dude.
A guy.
I think it was just some guy.
What was his name?
That's what I think it was. His name was his name was Doug, but then he changed it to Elohim because he thought it sounded more official.
Yeah, 100%.
I get it.
But it was Doug first.
Yeah. His ex calls him Tiny Tim, but you do with that what you will.
Oh my God. Before we wrap up really quick, Austin, where can people find you, and what are some things that they should go look at to find your stuffs? Some sort of camp where bands go, maybe.
Yeah, you can follow me on YouTube, Austin Archer. You can follow me on Instagram, TikTok, if it doesn't get banned, or Twitter at yourpal_Austin. And then austinarchermusic.bandcamp.com. You can find all of my music. You can find this song, Nobody Cool Likes Tucker Carlson. I've written a bunch of parody songs on the internet, Bo Burnham style, and there's a bunch of full albums that people can listen to of my stupid songs on my Bandcamp, austinarchermusic.bandcamp.com. You can listen to my podcast, which is on YouTube, on Spotify, on Apple Podcasts. It's called People Pleaser with Austin Archer. Forrest is on an episode where we talk about atheism. Yeah, I think those are the things. So
yeah, and isn't it on Fridays? Every Friday that you get, if they buy on Bandcamp, you get more money.
First Friday of every month, Bandcamp does a thing where they waive their service fee and they give 100% of sales to artists. So it's a really cool day where like any music I sell on the first Friday of every month, which is this Friday.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's coming up. Yeah.
That's this Friday. I get 100% of sales, but Bandcamp always does like a 90% sale profit share with artists. So they always give artists like 90% of the profit, which is like great. It's always a good platform to buy music from indie artists.
So everybody set your calendar this Friday the 7th, go buy all of Austin's music to support him.
Yeah.
And then also become a Patreon on this channel. And then also become a Patreon for me as well. And buy this t-shirt that says Wing Fingers. And then also just send me like a sandwich or something, like a Jimmy John's coupon. That'd be tight as well. Give us
all your money.
All of your money.
Mm-hmm.
Literally every bit of it. Just support this program particularly.
Think of it as a seed.
That'd be great.
And you're going to sow that seed into the ground. Mm-hmm. This is a reference to how...
More science and skeptic content will come your way as you sow these seeds.
Yeah.
And you don't know how great the show can be until you sow the $1,000 seed.
Oh,
you know?
Is the seed come?
Shows.
No,
the seed might be
you guys don't know how good the show will be until I take a really luxury vacation with the money that you've given me. And I come back from that vacation, I'm going to be recharged.
Yeah.
Zooted.
Yep.
You know,
look,
send your money to Austin Archer. Send your cum to Jimmy Snow at 128 Johnson Lane, in wherever, Texas.
Just think about how fresh I'm going to be if I have a plane. I'll be so fresh.
Think about how good this show's going to be if I'm wearing a $10,000 pants and suit. Okay, so if my pants are $10,000 and the entire suit is $20,000, think how good the show's going to be then.
I'm not even kidding. Right? If someone just sent me $10,000, I'd be buying fucking wood. I wouldn't even buy pants. I don't give a shit about clothes. I hate wearing clothes. They're so stupid. But
you just be stark naked in your fucking shop, hanging on some cedar.
Cedar? I'm not gonna buy $10,000. You don't know anything about woodworking, you ignorant fool. I know.
Zero.
It's nice to have something on you for once. I won't be buying cedar. That's garbage wood. I did just make a bench out of it though, because it's gonna go outdoors, and I didn't feel like putting it a
garb bench. A garb bench because it's cedar and it's garbage wood.
Yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah.
We got there.
Yeah, that works. All right, well.
I think, is that the end of the show? Is it over now?
Can't think of a better way to end it.